Hello, and welcome to this special meeting of the Council of the Town of Oakville. This is a virtual-only meeting, and we're participating online as the clerks will have given notice to. Madam Clerk, are there any regrets for this evening?
Yes, Mayor Burton, we have regrets from Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Madam Clerk, I see no declarations. We have no consent items. We have two discussion items, a public discussion item and a confidential discussion item, and we have a number of registered delegations. If you're watching and are moved to want to contribute to the meeting, you can speak to the meeting by calling 905-815-6095, and the clerks will connect you to the meeting, and you'll be called upon to speak following our registered delegations. Council, the clerks tell me we have 11 registered delegations, and I would propose to call them, or to have the clerks call them now, so that we can hear them and take notes. Madam Clerk?
The first registered delegation is Jeanabel Saramuga from Corbett Land Strategies.
Well, we welcome Corbett Land Strategies. And as always, there's a little bit of a delay here, but I see Ms. Zaramuga connecting right now.
All right, good evening.
Good evening. We can hear you, and we thank you for joining us. And the clerk will start the timer, and you have 10 minutes.
All right, so good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee and members of the public. My name is Jeanabel Saramuga. I am a senior development planner from Corbett Land Strategies. Next slide, please. I am here on behalf of our client who owns a property known as 349 Davis Road, located just south of QEW and east of Trafalgar Road. As you may be aware, we currently have an active application of an OPA and ZBA for a 58-story mixed-use residential tower with ground floor retail, office space, and residential dwellings. Next slide, please. In reviewing the preferred land use block that was released at the Committee of the Whole meeting on January 30th, we are pleased to support the overall concept direction of the Midtown Oakville Growth Center. Specifically, we agree on the direction and diversity of land uses, transit accessibility, the intention of pedestrian-oriented main streets, and the continuous consideration of higher densities within Midtown. Although we are generally in support of the overall direction of Midtown, we remain concerned with the preferred road network, specifically the underpass of Argus and Davis Road, as this would result in an expropriation that would create land fragmentation, which will completely undermine the development potential of the subject property known as 349 Davis Road. Next slide, please. On February 13th, we had a one-on-one meeting with the Midtown Oakville project team. Next slide, please. And the team confirmed that the new EA is underway and is expected to be released late summer to early fall of this year. The team also noted that the proposed underpass was not fundamentally necessary to relieve traffic in Midtown. Instead, it is to create resilience and porosity of the road network for the long-term growth of Midtown. In other words, foster connection between properties on the east and west sides of Trafalgar Road. We're also pleased to know that the project team agreed that the goals to create road network resilience and an east-west connection could be better implemented through pedestrian and cyclist connection, which is far more desirable than promoting additional vehicular traffic around MTSA. Given our meeting with the project team, it is our strong opinion that this goal can be achieved without undermining the development potential of the subject property. And we strongly believe that the proposed east-west connection should be a pedestrian connection and not a vehicular connection. And if the town sees that the necessity of an underpass, it should not be in an area where maximum densities are contemplated, as it minimizes the overall intensification goal for the Midtown Oakville. Next slide, please. A traffic analysis for the proposed road network was prepared by Crozier, and according to the analysis, the new proposed concept for Midtown Oakville area may not be ideal for the following reason. Number one, it will induce demand. The new underpass linkage and roadway connection to Trafalgar can induce higher traffic volume into Oakville Midtown due to the phenomenon of traffic demand management. We understand that traffic will certainly grow due to the proposed intensification, and dependence on auto trips could be reduced by avoiding multiple connection. This will result fewer people choosing to drive by attracting residents and employees who will embrace active transportation and transit use. 3, intensified operational use. The new underpass is expected to intensify operational issues on Trafalgar Road, and this could lead to increased congestion, longer travel times, and decrease in the overall efficiency of the transportation network. There will be an impact on livability and safety. The induced higher vehicle traffic can lead to higher risk for pedestrians and cyclists, particularly for children and families. Sustainability goals. The current commute times right now within the east and west limits, which are 5 minutes by cycling and 15 to 20 minutes by walking, are expected to be beneficial in promoting sustainable modes of transportation, which aligns with the sustainability goals of the region and the town. Higher pedestrian volumes are expected during rush hours, and so prioritizing active transportation and transit infrastructure and safety over the new underpass and connection can help maintain a balanced and efficient transportation system. And lastly, the cost benefit and assessment. Considering all of the above mentioned, constructing the new underpass linkage and roadway may not be the most effective strategy because these funds could potentially be better invested in improving and expanding public transportation, cycling and infrastructure, and pedestrian pathways. Given the above qualitative findings, the proposed underpass does not exhibit a resiliency to the long-term growth of Midtown Oakville, but rather continues to demonstrate a car-centric orientation towards the future of Midtown. Next slide, please. Crozier also undertook a high-level cost estimate for the proposed road extension and the underpass. Based on the previous costing provided by the Midtown EA 2014, which was estimated at $15.5 million for the Trafalgar interchange, based on the town's 2012 capital budget, this cost estimate did not reflect the historic inflation rates. With this estimate, Crozier applied a typical 3 to 5% inflation rate from the years of 2013 to the end of 2019, and they also included higher inflation, significant increase in material pricing due to COVID shortages and supply chain issues of 15 to 30% year over year from 2020. And these assumptions were based on the received documents from several manufacturers in 2023. And according to that estimate, that $15.5 million that was estimated in 2014 would increase to $35 to $40 million in 2023 dollars. Next slide, please. We also retain MGP plan to undertake a financial analysis of the proposed high-density mixed-use development to assess the total estimated one-time fees and charges that will be the development will bring. And according to MGP's estimate, the estimated one-time fees and charges would come to an approximate total of $21,274,000. And as summarized below, this assessment includes Town of Oakville, the Region of Halton, and the school boards as part of the development review process, project approvals, and construction of the proposed mixed-use residential project. Next slide, please. Further to this assessment, MGP also provided a total new property assessment value of the subject property, which estimated at $159,890,200. And this was based on the 2016 assessment values and the 2024 interim tax rates, which will generate to be $634,900 annual property tax for this development. On this basis, there is no public interest in pursuing the underpass given the negligible traffic benefits derived from its costly construction, loss of development potential in line with the Midtown planning process, and loss of significant and sustainable revenue stream. Based on MGP's assessment alone, the proposed mixed-use development on the subject property will bring in excellent revenue streams to the town of Oakville. And given the significant impacts of the proposed road network, specifically the underpass, to the subject lands and the loss of considerable revenues to the town, it is crucial that a cost-benefit analysis be prepared to justify if the proposed underpass and road network would negate the development potential of the subject lands. Next slide, please. So given the above insights, we respectfully request the town of Oakville and the project team to consider the following. Prior to the adoption of the Midtown Oakville OBA, the town should await the completion of the 2024 EA and that a cost-benefit analysis be completed to measure the benefit of an underpass and its associated costs. Explore alternative road alignment that will not compromise development potential of the subject property and other lands within Midtown Oakville, and further to consider appropriate locations where it does not minimize the overall intensification goal for Midtown Oakville. Reconsider the underpass to form a pedestrian cycling route rather than a vehicular corridor. And lastly, in parallel to the secondary plan process, the town of Oakville should continue to process development application. And that is all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your information. I'm sure the staff will give it all the consideration that it deserves. Council, do you have any questions for the delegation? Thank you very much, Ms. Saramuga. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Douglas McCurgan from the Trafalgar Chartwell Residents Association.
Welcome, Mr. McCurgan. Council looks forward to your information.
Okay.
And we hear you very well.
Excellent. Start video. There we go. So thank you very much for having me. Good evening, Your Worship, councillors. My name is Doug McCurgan, and I'm here on behalf of the Trafalgar Chartwell Residents Association. But in this delegation, I'm speaking also for our Ward 3 sister associations, Chartwell Maple Grove, Joshua Creek, and Oakville Lakeside. I should say that we being those several RAs, had anticipated that George Nimlock, who also would be delegating, would come before me, and I would be summarizing what he had to say. In any event, so this is a teaser, I suppose, and I hope that George, when he says what he has to say, will fill in some detail. Could I have the next slide, please? So the residents associations acknowledge and expect and support the idea that Midtown will be developed. There is an affordable housing crisis. When most young adults see no chance of ever owning a home, you know there's a crisis. We know that Oakville must grow. We must stop urban sprawl. We must reduce the total cost of living in the GTHA by urbanizing where we can. We know that there are provincial policies and targets which influence us and direct us. We know that there is a major station area policy, regional population targets and timetables. Joint best planning estimates have been made. There's the 2022 Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster Act, and a whole bunch of other things that are bearing on this development. We completely support the idea that it should be a transit-oriented development, and that we should move to reducing car dependency, that the urban structure that has been put together of growth corridors and nodes and high-order transit is completely sensible. And we know that property owners have expectations. They want to profit from their land ownership, and they're looking for stable regulations and predictable permitting process. Could I have the next slide, please? However, there is a real risk of getting it wrong. We're preparing for a new city of 50,000 people to be built on 1 square kilometer in the middle of our town during the next 28 years. And just to put some data around that, that'll be 20,000 approximately by 2031, 50,000 by 2051, and 74,000 fully built out in 1 square kilometer. And to put that in context, the entire Ward 3 area, that's the land between 16 Mile Creek and Winston Churchill, Queen Elizabeth and the lake, is about 16 square kilometers, and the current population is 26,000, about. And we're relying on the landowners to build Midtown. But this is not a business as usual project. It's not a single development site with a single owner, with an integrated design, with an integrated project plan, and an integrated or a single project management. Yet we're imagining a planned city as though it were a greenfield site with a single landowner and a single project. The build-out of Midtown, according to plan, depends on multiple owners independently developing their properties as we would like them to and when we would like them to. Next slide, please. The consequences of getting it wrong are fairly dire. There'll be no do-overs. Once approved by Queen's Park, the amended OP will set the stage for Midtown development. We will not be able to amend it downwards afterwards. An incomplete community, in our opinion, is highly likely. Social amenities, schools, playgrounds, etc., are not likely to be built until long after the need arises. It's probable that a high percentage of there'll be a high percentage of investor owners, aka absentee landowners, landlords. And we think there'll be a real probability that social fabric is likely to be torn from the start. There'll be intense gridlock, endless construction, decades-long transition to transit-oriented community. Meanwhile, there'll be cars. And there'll be an impact on all of Oakville east of 16 Mile Creek, from top to bottom, from east to west. And we think that there'll be stranded assets, empty retail and office space, and empty residential space. Can I have the next slide, please? So it's worth just focusing on some key assumptions and what we think are defects with those assumptions. The built-out population of 75,000 to us seems unnecessarily high. The most densely populated square kilometre in London, England, is 20,500 people. That's a 2018 number, I believe. Paris, France, 52,000. An out-of-date PPU, the current PPU is based on 2016, a 2016 figure. And we think it's a significant understatement. And if 1.7 is used and the actual PPU is higher, then what? What it means is that the population will be much higher than 74,000, the eventual built-up population. The focus on ultra-high residential towers, they're not a human scale. They're more expensive per unit to build. Evidence is that they're the worst environmental choice. The late delivery of social infrastructure is an issue. We just assume that that's okay, but we build them after demand materializes. And I already touched on the social consequences of that. The Transportation Master Plan is not in the OPA scope. The integration of land use and transportation planning is best practice. Midtown's transportation capacity should be considered a design constraint on Midtown population. Cost estimates are not in the OPA scope. Preliminary cost estimates for various options should be part of option selection, and there should be a preliminary estimate of the impact on property taxes. And currently the aim is to maximize population in Midtown. Don't waste space. Instead, we should aim to optimize Midtown population. Next slide, please. I've got about 40 seconds to sum up. We agree that Midtown must be developed and it must be populous. Nevertheless, we think there is significant downside risk with the Midtown project. We advise proceeding carefully. Resist being rushed. Thank you very much. I'm ready to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. McCurgan. I want to assure you that the planning staff will be considering all of your points in their final 2 rounds of proposed amendments to the official plan. And you have garnered questions. Councillor Elger is first. Councillor Elger.
Thank you. Through Member Burton to Mr. McCurgan, great presentation. Just for the Midtown numbers, can you go through what numbers you were reading that would be there, like 2031, and I think you said 2051, I heard. What number for population?
About 50,000.
Okay, and that came from?
I think it's the combination. We're using the blended people and jobs figures. So
people. Okay, sorry, people and jobs, not just people.
No,
Okay, I appreciate that. I was afraid you thought that was just people, and I just want to make sure. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. McCurgan, thank you very much for the time you took to bring us and to summarize and represent all of the RAs. We do appreciate it. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Duncan Galloway, representing the Oakville Lakeside Residents Association.
Welcome, Mr. Galloway. Council's looking forward to hearing from you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you very much.
Can you see me is more the question. Here we go.
We can see your presentation.
Thank you. Let me start then. 1 second. So good evening. My purpose tonight is to take a step back, actually. Look at how we got here, how we might bridge the gulf that's developed between the public and the planners, because there is a gulf. Slide 2, please. This last weekend, I typed and summarized the comments from the February 15th workshop. Luckily, we had pictures taken towards the end of the evening of most of the sheets, so I can't guarantee completeness, but having typed verbatim over 280 comments and created a spreadsheet trail for a summary, I think I got a good sense of what the public thinks. Contrary to the impression in the staff report, there is extreme concern by the public on all criteria. I can make available this spreadsheet in my analysis if required, and the summary of comments is appended to this slide deck. Slide 3, please. We agree with planners on many of the core principles of transit-oriented development, but we differ on how to get to the same objectives. There is a gulf between views and positionings are hardening. My hope is we can repair the trust with the public. Slide 4, please. Here's a summary of what we agree on. Transit-oriented development is the basis for a connected human-scale community. It avoids low-density sprawl. It enables transition to apartments in walkable neighborhoods. But we don't agree on tall towers as a default build form. We don't agree on maximizing the land use or on inhuman scale development. Slide 5, please. So, my thought experiment. All the disagreement comes from the joint best planning estimates that, in our view, put too much density into a small area with limited access. So, what if the public had been engaged from the start in planning for allocation of growth over all Oakville as part of the estimates process? What might we have achieved? I acknowledge I'm not an expert, so most of what follows contains quotes from experts in the field of urban design, not from me. Sources are referenced in the last slide. I'll skim much of the content because this was intended as a paper, but I commend it to you for reading in detail, as the planning experts I quote come to very different conclusions than those we have in front of us. Slide 6, please. So, building type. The plan is for over 80 tall towers, but experts say successful transit-oriented development can and has been done without towers. I quote, that developers, transit authorities, and municipalities often connect transit-oriented development and towers as a necessary duo is at best ignorant and at worst deceitful. Slide 7, please. Next, density. The plan packs in extreme density into a small site, but experts say you need to take a city-wide view and not pack them all in. And we don't need to. Long-term, the plan shown to you tonight is 4 times the province requirements. The estimates called for a few growth centers and corridors. We could have spread density into multiple village-type, mid-density communities along more routes. Rather than preserve existing neighborhoods at all costs, we could have had gentle densification and villages as described, and without escalating land values for tall towers, but instead lower land values, resulting in more affordable homes. Slide 8, please. Transit. Well, it's not really been addressed in the plan, but it should have been. All the experts I've read state that transit should be the core of urban design, not an afterthought. It almost has to come first so people use transit rather than cars. This issue had a lot of concerns expressed in the comments. Slide 9, please. Human scale. Instead of inhuman tall towers with their problems of physical and mental health, which are hostile to families, we could have had a plan for low and mid-rise structures with true social scale. And where will people choose to live? In this crowded set of towers by a noisy major highway? Or maybe they'll choose other better located tower developments in Burlington, Oakville, or Mississauga. Or would they prefer to live in a uniquely Oakville-style mid-rise social community? Slide 10, please. Mixed use. The default is tiny condos, 700 square feet or less. In North Oakville, we already have large multi-generation families crammed into tiny apartments. But the experts tell us how to plan for complete life cycle neighborhoods. And they call for at least 20% of housing to be affordable. and try that with developers struggling with the financial viability of expensive tall towers. Slide 11, please. The environment. We have a plan that will build over 80 concrete and steel tall towers. Concrete and steel production accounts for 10% of all greenhouse gas emissions by mankind. That is environmental vandalism. Instead, we can build with wood, even up to 20 stories, and wood stores carbon for hundreds of years. Slide 12, please. Finance. Well, the plan isn't there. Many comments all have the same refrain. Where is the budget? Slide 13, please. Finally, process. How we got here. Instead of a process that runs workshop but seems to ignore the public concerns, we could have had an open and transparent review of options for density and building form across all of Oakville. The planning estimates report has misleading tables of growth allocation by area without critical density information. And it has a classification that public notification is not required for this report. That's astonishing, I find. Astonishing that no public involvement was sought for a decision affecting the entire town for the next 30 years. So you have public frustration and despair. It's a gulf between public and planners, a gulf of a difference in views, increasingly a gulf of distrust. Slide 14, please. As you can see, the public is very engaged and want to help. There's a huge gulf, but we need to avoid a scenario of prolonged public opposition and campaigns. That helps no one. Slide 15, please. So, my suggestion, please require the planners to revisit and revise how population growth and density is allocated across all areas of Oakville, this time with active public involvement. If that, quote, cannot be done, and we've heard that phrase often, then please consider the use of an independent urban design consultant to conduct an independent review with involvement of all Oakville RAs of 1, the joint best planning estimates allocation of population growth and densities across Oakville, and 2, the viability of an alternate build form of low and mid-rise from Midtown, and then report back to the town and to the RAs. Hopefully, independent, quote, arbitration can help to bridge the gulf between public and planners, then we can move ahead. Slide 16, please. I leave with this quote from Peter Calthorpe, an expert and leader in this area. And it was reinforced to me as I typed all those comments. People do intrinsically get what a great city can be. The desire of people to get it right is there. We just have to get the planners on board and the politicians. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galloway. I can assure you that the planners will be considering all of your remarks, and I'm sure they will be illuminating in the time ahead where the gulfs are. There are more players in this process than just the town and the residents. And we have questions for you. And they start in Ward 3 with Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel and Councillor Giddings. Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel.
Duncan, thank you very much, first of all, for putting those comments together. The level of volunteerism that our community has shown is unbelievable. And the fact that you had to do it, I apologize for. We should have been able to provide you with that service and that information tonight. But what I think is really important that you called out is that you're trying to build a bridge, and that the joint best planning estimates, in your view, and perhaps others' view, are they need a rethink because the public had not participated. And I just want to be clear on a point you made that you're not looking to just say, take all this growth away from Midtown. You're actually conveying that the joint best planning estimate review may benefit the entire of the town and this council to enable us to make sure that the future and how we've planned the population considers things like the net developable land area, the PPU, and how we can still achieve our targets and more, but do it in a thoughtful way. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, indeed. I think we've obviously looked at this in great detail, and we've looked at what other people have been doing in other parts of the world. And we've seen that there's so many other opportunities we have in Oakville to add density in a very friendly way, in a way that's very efficient from a transportation walkability perspective. We don't need to put everything into one place in Midtown or just up and down a couple of very busy overbuilt corridors. There's many places we can build, and I think we just need to relook at this. I'd also say, my appeal for an independent view on this is, I know, a very wise man said to me once, I may be wrong. So we're willing to be proved wrong, but for now, we think, we need to get some other experts involved to really help us through this.
Again, thank you very much for your summary of the challenges and bringing forward a solution that we would all benefit from.
Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Galloway, for coming out. Further to Councillor Haslett-Thiel's question, you had difficulty with the numbers, as you said. Is it the joint best planning estimates? Is it, does it also include employment numbers? I just want to make sure we get you the fulsome answers that you need.
Okay, I think it's probably both. It's basically our problem is not so much with how many people we have to take on board to meet growth. It's more how they are allocated across into different areas of density. And I think we can achieve the growth requirements in a much better way, in a much more affordable way, and frankly, much quicker way than all these tall towers in Midtown. So it's really all about being able to spread this development in a way that's much more achievable, frankly, and will give us a much better town in the end.
All right, and employment numbers, you're fine with those?
I'm probably not really qualified to tell you whether that's the right number or not. I know they're normally taken as a percentage of people. I think 60% was a rough number. I have no idea background whether that's right or not.
All right, and the other part of the overall numbers would be the persons per unit.
I think George Nidlock hopefully will be next. Can probably speak to that. But I know that from our perspective, we have a lot of struggle with the current PPU that was being used in the proposal. 1.7 results in a lot of units, and hopefully other people can speak to this after me better. But I know that we really had a problem with 1.7. Other municipalities use different numbers. And we don't see why we should be using such a low number.
Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Giddings. Councillor Haslett-Thiel again.
Thank you, sorry, Mayor Burton. I just meant to comment. So, Duncan, you talked about the paper that you've written, that you've pulled content from for your slide presentation, and I just want to confirm, did it state the references from the I believe the urban planning professor that you quoted about towers?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Actually, that's one of the next page on the slide deck you may have in front of you. All those references are there.
Perfect, thank you. Because the one comment that I think I would add to that is he repeatedly states context matters, and I think we all understand that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Duncan. Mr. Galloway, Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Harry Shea from the Bronte Village Residents Association.
Welcome, Mr. Shea. Council is looking forward to hearing from you.
Good evening, Mayor Burton and members of Town Council. The BVRA is pleased once again to have this opportunity to speak tonight regarding Midtown. Next slide, please. As a councilor, would you vote for a mechanism that could limit appeals in your ward with developers' efforts to change the OPA to fit what's good for them and not your constituents? As a councilor, would you vote for a mechanism that can set conditions for development that might deliver public infrastructure requirements, community contributions, landscaping, and sustainable design elements, among other amenities? As a councilor, would you vote for a mechanism that would allow you to set the standards for the appearance of a building so it pays tribute to the heritage area in Palermo, Bronte, or downtown Oakville? As a councilor, would you like to hear from proven experts regarding this mechanism? Would you like to know about best practices across Canada, as Western Canada has embraced this mechanism long before Ontario? Would you like to hear from the consultants who delivered this mechanism recently for 2 local municipalities? Next slide, please. That mechanism is called the Community Planning Permit System, or CPPS. The Planning Act in 2007 created the Development Planning System as a pilot project. In 2017, it was renamed to the Community Planning Permit System. Last Friday, the mayor in his Community Leadership Roundtable indicated CPPS would be on the March 18th council agenda. Given the time constraints and workload currently on staff, I would hope when it's brought before council, it would include an outside consultant, such as Dillon Consulting, to help craft Oakville CPPS. Although CPPS is underutilized in Ontario, it has been widely embraced across many municipalities in BC, Alberta, Manitoba under the name Development Planning System. Dillon has prepared and implemented many of these in Western Canada and most recently Huntsville and Burlington. Why would we not want to benefit from their expertise? CPPS is more than just about Midtown alone. CPPS can and should be used throughout Oakville, which reinforces the point to seek outside expertise. Next slide, please. Oakville has a tradition of public engagement, which has been praised countless times. A few years ago, when we had the 2-tier evaluation in the fight against amalgamation, the public was actively engaged. One metric was the vast amount of lawn signs across Oakville, and of course, the 10,000 plus emails written in support of keeping Oakville, Oakville. The RAs participated and launched We Love Oakville in support of this effort. The RAs were praised for their efforts of this engagement. Save Glen Abbey was another campaign that the public was actively engaged in. Public support was not just welcome, but praised. And once again, the RAs rallied to support this campaign as well. Tonight, we turn our attention to Midtown's future. It's disappointing that council chambers can't be filled this evening as a visible sign of the ongoing public engagement. What I find most troubling with the current Midtown process is that the concepts presented by the consultants have not shown any real diversity of thought. And when new and fresh perspectives are raised, they are summarily dismissed. Yes, we are being told they will be incorporated into the final design, but now we're being told we'll not get to see what or how it's been incorporated until the statutory meeting. And I ask why. I guess public engagement is only cheered on when it's aligned with the town's agenda. In a February 20 meeting, OMG proposed an alternative to town staff and the outside consultants. The concept was housing in square blocks with varying building heights centered around a courtyard. There was pushback against these courtyards if they were private space, as they would not contribute to the overall public green space percentage. I would like to know from the commissioner and the director, is there a willingness in the future to explore private public courtyards as an option? We can't have a show of hands in this virtual environment tonight, but my question can still be asked. And that is, how many people would want to live in a 45-story building with no back or front yard space, or an 8 to 10 or even 20-story building with a center courtyard? We are building Midtown for the future residents who will live there and call it home. Those future residents shouldn't have to rely exclusively on public realm green space as their only outdoor amenity. Midtown residents should be able to have some outdoor interior amenity space to enjoy. And to add one more point to this topic of private green space, the town of Oakville spent millions of dollars to preserve green space on private property. That green space has no public access. You can't picnic there or walk on the grass barefoot. You can only access it if you're willing to spend $200 in green fees. Next slide, please. We know growth is coming, but we also know growth must be livable. Future growth must be on a human scale, a scale that encourages livability, a scale that has elements which support a true community. 45-story buildings doesn't promote either. We are told we're being listened to. If that is indeed correct, then we need a date before the draft OPA comes before council, showing an alternative plan which incorporates the best of OMG. What will future residents of Midtown say about this council's decision regarding Midtown planning? Was this the best you could do? Did you not explore all options? And finally, Midtown's first milestone is 7 years away in 2031. We can't control whether a developer is going to appeal to the OLT in those 7 years, or how many appeals in total there might be in the coming 7 years. We do know there will be 2 municipal elections between now and then. Midtown's future and that of Oakville's is being written starting tonight. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shea, for your thoughts. I'm sure that your questions the answers will be provided. And as I understand it, the draft, the first public view of the draft should be in the on or about the 2nd of April. And then the public meeting would be and so we'll receive comments from the public beginning on the 2nd. There'll be a public meeting on the 22nd where we will solicit further comments. And then staff will take all of that away to bring a revised final recommendation at the end of June. I believe it might be June 24th. So this is certainly not the end. I would submit that since we began working on this more than 3 years ago, and Midtown has been in the official plan since 2009, what we've been trying to do for the better part of 3 years is deal with the fact that, as it's written, the 2009 plan leaves us with no limit on heights. We're trying to bring some. And we apparently disagree about how high is, but on many other things, I think we all have common ground. So I thank you for bringing your comments tonight. Councilor Hazlitt-Thiel has comments and questions for you.
My question is for CAO Closey. The delegate is asked if they can have a revised option to be considered in advance of the consideration of of a new OPA at the statutory meeting. Can you help us understand why that couldn't be achievable given the amount of feedback and the investment in resources that we all should be prepared to make?
Certainly through you, Mr. Mayor. We are working right now on developing the official plan policies, as well as refining and developing that proposed plan. So we're taking the concept plan that or the proposed plan that had been presented at that public meeting on the 15th. And certainly all the feedback that we've heard through the public meeting, including Ms. Brossen's proposal or the OMG proposal, as well as other inputs that we've had. And we're going to present back to council for consideration. And as the mayor said, on April the 2nd, we'll put that official plan out, which incorporates all the things that we could take into consideration in developing that proposal as a new proposal for council, or as a new proposed plan for council to consider in an official plan format. So that's what we were intending to bring back for the 2nd to be published out, and then to hear further comments on that on April the 22nd.
So does that include not just the draft OPA with its schedules, but an actual visualization of perhaps different built forms, a relook at the density levels, and all the other feedback that you've received?
So to be clear, we weren't bringing back options. We were bringing back a proposed plan that takes into consideration all the comments that we have heard from the public and from council through all the COW meetings. And that's what we are bringing back to council. And it will show, it has policies, of course, within it. It has land use, has height requirements and density requirements in it. And we can certainly prepare a three-dimensional picture or look at that, at the results of those densities and height limits for council and the public to see.
So I guess my question is, if you're going to release something that's a draft on April 2nd, thereabouts, will that include that potential rendering?
When you're referring to rendering,
a visualization.
Yes, we are working on that. Our first priority is to get the official plan out. And if we can get that visualization at the same time, that would be our hope.
Well, that's disappointing. Thank you for your answer.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. It seems to be a common thread that people are questioning our people per unit. And I wonder, can CAO Posey explain that? Are we re-looking at that? It seems to be becoming a bigger issue. And how did the 1.7 get derived in the first place? I think it was, from what I could read, it was back in 2016. Nothing's been upgraded since then. Is that correct?
So perhaps I'll begin this answer, and I'd look to Commissioner Garvey to add anything I've missed on this. The 1.7 is a blended rate between different size apartment units to come up with the 1.7. And it is based on what was used in the development charges done in 2022. So you're quite correct. It is based on the 2016 census information, but it has been updated and reviewed in the preparation of our development charges. And it forms the basis of all the assumptions within our development charges. So in our opinion, it was the best and most, I will say, defensible place to begin our assumptions on what would be an appropriate estimation of the GFA that's created out of that population.
So, Commissioner Closey, then I can't understand then why the region in 2023 is using a different number. And they use quite a different number between 2021 and 2031, 2031 to 2041, and 2041 to 2051. It's quite different than what the town is using. And like their numbers were from Hempson, and that was just in 2023 that was done.
Yes, and I understand that they are doing that. Each area that you look at has different characteristics that would drive a different persons per unit. So for the region, that was the decision they made in theirs. Recently, we have had discussions with the residents associations, and we are going to be putting together a sensitivity analysis that looks at other PPUs that are used in other areas in order to really understand what is the implication of that. So that would be included in the report that we bring back to council for consideration at the statutory public meeting. So it's an issue that has been raised by the public, and we have committed to do a sensitivity analysis to really understand, so what is the implication if we were to assume a different PPU in all the calculations that we've been doing.
So when the region did that, their Excel spreadsheet, where they do every community area in Oakville. Oakville was not involved in that in 2023. Like the spreadsheet is huge, it's huge when you start to put it together. It's huge. And it went through every possible community area that Oakville has and every employment area that Oakville has. And like I'm trying to understand, if all this work has been done, and that how come the town was not engaged in it, even though as you read the reports from Hampson, they were. So, and this was dated the March 2022 land needs assessment and also number of people per unit.
Yes, Council, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the question is, I'm not actually sure of the question, Councillor Ogier, so maybe you could restate that so I could be answered appropriately.
So when Halton Region, supposedly working with the town, put together the Excel spreadsheet with Hampson, looking at the population actuals from 2021 census and the number of units from 2021 census, and projecting out on a 10-year time frame from 2021 to 2031. They also did it from 2031 to 41. They did it from 41 to 51, and they split it by low density, medium density, and high density, and went through every different community: Oakville, Southwest, Southeast, West, Palermo, and it goes on through every community area we have in Oakville. And this was done in a silo, excluding Oakville?
Absolutely not. It is done with certainly we participate in the review that is done. If you're referring to the 5 areas, because usually they split Oakville down into 5 areas, the PPU is dependent on the type of structure that's being built. So if you're looking at a blended rate, that includes a lower density homes, of course the persons per unit is going to be higher when you look at a single detached or a townhouse development. The PPUs usually shrink in size as you get up into apartments. And so the rate that we've used for the Midtown area, it is anticipating that the bulk of the development would be in a more of an apartment form rather than a low density, such as a single family or a townhouse form. That the blended rate that we used, we felt was most appropriate based on the work that we've done in the development charges to apply in Oakville. And so, Councillor Agar, as I've said, we are looking at the PPUs. We will do a sensitivity analysis, so we'll have much more answers for you on that particular topic when we report back in the middle of April for the report for the statutory public meeting.
But if you were involved with the region, and they broke it down between low density 3.77, medium density 2.8, and high density 1.84, and that's in the first 10-year period to 2031. By the time they get to 2051, they went through, they did a heck of a spreadsheet here with all the numbers, and we have no number even as where they start at.
Councillor Elgar, if I can suggest to you, with the number that we used was a number that was a balance between a one bedroom type unit up to a 2 or 3 bedroom unit. So at the larger size of apartments, we are at the 1.8 number that the region had used. We also looked at the smaller size units, and so the blended rate between those two is 1.7.
Okay, because they used the blended rate of 1.84 for high density for 10 years. Then they used a 1.99 for high density, and then they used a 2.02.
And if I can add, we'll look at those numbers again in the sensitivity analysis that we will do for the April report.
I would appreciate that, because it certainly paints quite a different picture, and it is extremely detailed, and I've never seen anything like this before, but everybody should have a copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McNeese.
Thank you, through your worship. So the OPI amendment that comes in April or mid-April, do we expect that it will have the legislative requirements to be able to use CPPS, Community Planning Permit System? I believe it's Ontario Regulation 175.13. Because if we don't meet those requirements, it would require an additional OPA, is my understanding, in the future to be able to potentially use a CPPS system.
Through you, Mayor Burton, I think Commissioner Garvey would be well positioned to respond.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McNeese, our full intention is to include all things that would enable not just CPPS, but also anything that inclusionary zoning as well as community improvement plans.
Okay, so just so I understand correctly, we would meet the criteria for Ontario Regulation 175.13. I mean, it's quite extensive. And if you don't meet it, you have to pass an additional OPA and go through this process all over again. In Burlington's case, they initially set a direction for CPPS, but are now going through the process of getting all the legislative requirements in place to meet the Regulation 175.13, which allows them to create the bylaw to be able to use it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a detailed piece of regulation. So our goal is to have everything in the OP that would help us to implement the CPPS if the council so chooses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Giddings and Council, before we hear from Councillor Giddings, we only heard half the delegations, and the next one is related to Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel. So we're making people wait, and we could do most of this, I think, after the delegations. But Councillor Giddings, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our CAO. I appreciated the details on the complexity on the persons per unit. So based on your statement, in terms of a blended rate, when you come back to us, you'll have the anticipated or different options, whether given the number of 1 versus 2 versus 3 bedroom units, because that would have a quite a substantial effect, I would assume.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Burton. At this point in time, we're looking at a sensitivity analysis that would reflect some of the higher PPUs that have whether we've broken it down by particular units, because we don't have that level of detail within the Midtown plan. So I think we'd still be looking at a blended rate, but a blended rate that would take into consideration the work that the region has done and other municipalities as well. We have spoken to the RAs and trying to get an understanding of where, because number 2.2 has certainly been brought up. What's the source of that, so we can have a better understanding of what are the tests that we need to make in our sensitivity analysis. Keeping in mind that the persons per unit directly translates is the translation into GFA, and then what's the implication of that on the GFA number. So I can't commit exactly the details of the sensitivity analysis, but it will take into consideration the comments certainly that we've heard from the RAs, as well as the work that we've done with the region.
Thank you very much.
Madam CAO, when we finish the delegations, perhaps you could give us an idea of how much authority we have to specify how many of each size of unit would be required of a builder. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
Yes, the next delegation is Katie Thiel.
Ms. Thiel, welcome. I'm not sure if she can hear me yet, but Ms. Thiel, welcome. Council is very interested to hear from you, and your mom maybe too.
Sorry, technical. There we go. Thank you, Mayor Burton, council and staff. I am Katie Thiel. I have a bachelor's of environmental design in which I studied urban design, landscape design, and architecture. I've completed my architectural technology diploma, passed my Ontario Building Code exams, and I've just completed my master's in architecture at the University of British Columbia, in which I led the design and construction of a sustainable low-carbon building that was awarded the inaugural Embodied Carbon Award by the Carbon Leadership Forum. I am also proudly the daughter of Councillor Hazlitt Thiel. And so for that reason, I have quietly watched from the sidelines as our councillors and community members have spent the past year advocating for a more livable, responsible Midtown plan. So what made me change my mind and decide to delegate? A few of my fellow young adults have stood before council and they've said things like, maybe we just need to accept this plan. Not that this is the life I want, rather resigned to the fact that the only place for us young people is to be warehoused in super tall towers with extra small units. And I understand that my generation must confront failures of the past, and many are resigned to survival rather than thriving. I understand that it's hard to hope when you're consumed with just hoping our planet survives. I understand that when you see community members who dare to dream for a better plan that are ignored, shut down, and rejected by our staff and consultants again and again, you can assume maybe we just need to accept what is being presented. So it is for my fellow young adults and every single member of the community who have raised their voices that I add my voice to the chorus. I am the target audience for this development. I grew up in Oakville. I'm a young professional without kids. I would commute to downtown Toronto by GO. I'm able-bodied and can bike. I gave up car ownership, and I live in 500 square feet. So, council and staff, please hear me. I lived in Copenhagen, and I live in Vancouver right now. I've walked through the parks shown in the precedent images and studied under the professors quoted in presentations who study tall towers, affordability, and sustainability. I've worked interpreting planning policy statements and applying them to designs for clients, including developers. And what I can tell you is my generation of designers, we want to build places people love and thrive, not just survive. And there are better ways to be affordable and sustainable. Many other residents have raised great ideas and astutely challenged the assumptions about numbers. So instead, I'll spend the rest of my presentation focused on my personal expertise, sustainability. Next slide, please. Transit is more sustainable than urban car trips, but simply densifying in nodes doesn't address our town-wide transit challenges. This approach assumes that existing residents will continue to drive everywhere due to limited frequency and convenience. It also leaves Midtown residents reliant on cars to access other parts of town. Instead, we should consider implementing gentle density strategies, as residents associations have suggested. This would boost ridership, improve frequency and convenience, and ultimately reduce car trips for both new and existing residents, easing congestion and enhancing sustainability. I urge staff to reassess the distribution of population to ensure it reflects growth across the entire town. Next slide, please. District energy is great, but embodied carbon is the future. Simply put, embodied carbon is all the emissions required in the mining, manufacturing, construction, operating, and demolition of our buildings. And it matters because the building sector accounts for 40% of our global greenhouse emissions. And embodied upfront carbon will become more and more important as we move towards a zero carbon energy grid. And you don't need to just take my word for it. This past summer at the World Congress of Architects, an entire room of planners, architects, and designers were completely silenced as Indy Jahar said that within our global ecological boundaries, the entire EU could afford to only build 100,000 new homes. So clearly, what and how we build is imperative to not just living in Midtown, but our world. Simply put, steel and concrete are very, very, very carbon intensive, and wood is much better, though not perfect, which means we should be building most of our buildings in wood or bio-based materials, which, as of right in our building code, is less than 12 stories. However, 20 stories are becoming more common. And while the staff responses indicate 43% of buildings in Midtown will be mid or low rise, wood construction could not be applied to the vast majority of that building area because it includes podiums that would be supporting tall towers requiring steel and concrete. My ask for staff and consultants is that they investigate low carbon building forms and require life cycle analysis for all Midtown development proposals. Next slide, please. But sustainability is not just about the environment. It is also social and economic. Many have shared their research and fears about the social impact on this community, from the lack of play spaces for kids to less community connection and greater isolation, decreased physical health, increased mental health challenges, and noise and air pollution impact. I would echo their concerns with a few brief additions. Tenancy length matters for community connection and investment. To get the thriving, complete urban community, which has been pitched to the public, we need investment in this community. They need to believe that they'll have a stable customer base, that their children won't lose friends every single year due to people moving away for greener pastures. And those children need to have autonomy. One of the greatest issues facing Canadian urban centers currently is a lack of child-friendly design, which results in children confined to small apartments. However, research shows that when you design for children and families, you accommodate the experiences of other vulnerable populations, such as women, seniors, persons with disabilities, and low-income residents. I ask that you require the adoption of child-friendly design requirements as seen in places like Toronto. Final slide, please. And finally, I'll leave you with the definition of sustainability from the United Nations. It defines sustainability as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. What is being presented is compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Is the legacy you wish to leave a generation resigned to accepting a place that fails to meet their needs of a stable climate, connection, physical well-being, and mental health because we needed to maximize in 1 square kilometer? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm confident that the planning report will answer your questions. And for now, you have questions from Councillor Giddings and Councillor Elgar. Councillor Giddings?
Thank you, Ms. Thiel. Go Thunderbirds. One of our kids is a proud UBC grad as well. Last couple of days, sirens went off in Mississauga as a result of a CBC report talking about the unprecedented rate of diabetes and health challenges, and how it can be difficult to form healthy habits to ward off diabetes in neighborhoods that have less green space, are not walkable, less access to healthy food options, and so on. The final quote from the CBC report, talking with Mississauga staff, was how your city is designed has a big impact on chronic diseases and your health. So you covered off kids growing up and the need for healthy living. Just your thoughts on that, what Mississauga is looking at right now.
Yeah, it's really essential. part of my thesis focused on child-oriented designs, and unfortunately the findings are that in city centers, even though it's more healthy for a walkable transit-oriented thing for young adults, it doesn't benefit kids because it isn't safe and parents don't feel like they can let their kids have autonomy. So Mississauga, unfortunately, there's certain conditions that are hopefully adopting now, but things like having protected green spaces, courtyards that are private green spaces for the building, those sorts of design standards ensure that there's a level of autonomy that allows them to get more exercise and sort of more freedom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elder.
Thank you, through Mayor Burton. Thanks, Katie. Katie, question. At the very end, you said child-friendly design as seen in places like Toronto. Okay, can you give me an example of where in Toronto I would go to find that child-friendly design?
Toronto, the city of Toronto has a child-friendly design guidelines that they require most of their developments to follow. It has things like making sure there's enough room in front halls for strollers, having additional amenity spaces for kids to play, and other sort of key elements that you'd incorporate to make sure that families could live in those buildings.
So is it part of like something, if you're going to build a building, you have to abide by these conditions?
Yep, and other cities like Vancouver also have those sorts of requirements of a certain percentage of family-friendly units that are built in each building.
Could you send me the link to those reports? I
Yes,
appreciate that. Okay, I thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McNeese.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Katie. That was an excellent presentation and very informative. And you brought up something on timber frame construction that I believe a previous delegate brought up as well. And I know it's a lot more common in BC than it is in Ontario. However, the building code is starting to evolve. But what caught my attention is the thinking around, we're saying that our lower heights will be in the podiums, but the podiums, typically got a few levels of underground parking underneath. There's it's all steel and concrete, and it's holding up, whatever stories are on top, 20 stories, 60 stories, whatever. So that really rules us out of any kind of environmentally friendly design. Are there any other sort of benefits or anything else you can educate us on related to timber frame construction? I know there's a speed advantage and how quickly it goes together. I know there's a cost advantage. I've even seen that Toronto has debated that there could be some height bonusing if you want to do timber frame construction because of all the benefits of getting the cost down, getting the product to market quicker, and storing carbon and environmental benefit. Is there anything else you can do? I think it's something we haven't dove into in Midtown, but you bring up a really good point about the podiums and that they're actually a structural element to what's below it and holding what's above, and essentially rules out, any timber frame construction there.
Yeah, unfortunately, in podiums, it's very, very challenging to be wood. Like, there are certain restrictions, and there's a lot to be done on the provincial level to be allowed to make as of right building with timber easier in Ontario. But some of the key benefits, if we incorporate them, are things like CLT, which are called cross-laminated timber panels. They are built with basically 2x4s, so they don't need old growth wood, and they are just prefabricated and brought to site. So timber can have a slightly increased cost in terms of the material cost of it, but ultimately significantly reduce our construction timelines, which makes the buildings go up much faster. There are a few examples in Toronto of buildings that almost cut the normal construction timeline in half for those buildings that use a timber, as well as there's a move towards a hybrid system that allows for steel structures with CLT panels that allow you to build a little bit higher, and hopefully sort of these hybrid wood options, which would be better to sort of incentivize and encourage.
And I think you said in BC it's up to 20 stories now per the building code, right? And we're at 10 in Ontario.
Yeah, and with any project, you can sort of apply for a building code amendment. So that's why you'll see sort of buildings that are taller than that. But if we're talking about just sort of easy permissions that don't require extra work for the developers, we're looking at 12 stories right now.
Okay, and I think in our codes, we, say that it's possible, but I would love to see in the OPA or associated documents, some targets or some requirements that a certain percentage it's clear to me that's the way the building code is going. And, we have the benefits of time, cost savings, and environmental benefits. And I think by the time we start building a lot of this stuff, the building code will have caught up to BC and probably further on, and these hybrid systems are probably realistic as well. So I'd ask if staff could explore that in a more sort of targeted way, that there may be some targets we want to chase after. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNeese. Many of us have always wanted to have our own building code instead of the province's building code. Thank you, Ms. Thiel, for your information and your answers to the array of questions you generated. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Graham Barrett from SGL Planning and Design, Inc.
We'll just give Mr. Barrett a moment to log in. Mr. Barrett, I see you coming in. We're looking forward to hearing from you. And we see your slides are up now and you're ready to go. I see you're not muted, so you have 10 minutes. We look forward to what you have to see.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, council members. Can everybody hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, so thank you for putting my presentation up. As you mentioned, my name is Graham Barrett of SGL Planning and Design, and we represent the owners of 570 Trafalgar Road, which is the site of the Oakland Ford dealership. As has been in business for over 50 years, it employs many people. You can go to the next slide, please. You will note that this site is right in the middle of Midtown. Next slide, please. It's about 2 hectares in size, northwest of Trafalgar Road and Cross Avenue. Next slide, please. This site is shown in a planned mixed-use office and education precinct, with office and commercial uses specifically intended for the site as part of a mixed-use development. And we've met with the consultant team to discuss this one-on-one. We appreciate their time. And our clients continue to have concerns about this planned use, especially a potential office requirement. And there's a lack of specificity around what this actually means. And while we understand the policies have yet to be fully developed, there are really quite a few questions, such as how much office, what percentage of GFA may be required to be office, would this percentage of GFA count towards the total allowable FSI on a site? Would this impact the amount of residential that could therefore be put on the site in the future? And so on. There are more questions. We go to the next slide, please. There's been a fair bit of media attention on office space in the GTA and other Canadian cities, with much of it sitting vacant, and with new office coming online without tenants. We're seeing conversions of office space to residential at unprecedented rates, specifically mentioned in the media in Ottawa and Calgary. Next slide, please. And this is a quote from the City of Toronto's office space needs study, which is ongoing. Our client understandably has concerns about a potential requirement for office space on their land in this current climate. And of course, there's a great deal of uncertainty about what the future will bring. Next slide, please. We think that mandating office doesn't work, and the town will need incentives to encourage office space. Burlington's downtown east, for example, permits 3 additional floors of residential per 1 additional floor of office, up to a maximum number of stories. It's nowhere near the heights in Midtown Oakville, but it is an interesting incentive. Next slide, please. So we have a couple of suggestions of what could be done here. Thinking that office space should be exempt from the FSI cap on sites in this precinct, or with this office and commercial focused mixed use designation. Now, if if a percentage of GFA is required to be office space, an applicant should perhaps be able to request a reduction if the market can't support it at the time. And this could have a requirement for a study supporting this position. Perhaps bonus height or FSI could be considered as an incentive in exchange for office space being provided. And a reduction in the parkland dedication could be considered where office space is being required and provided. As we know, these sites will redevelop at different times. Some may be soon, some may be 20 years out, some will be further out still. If there is a precinct-wide density maximum of, say, 6.0, as it is for our clients' lands, there should be careful consideration given to allocating available density to other sites, and then not having any left to be used as an incentive for the development of office space on sites which may be waiting to redevelop. And finally, on a personal note, I lived in Oakville in high school, which was a little while ago now, but I still have many connections to the town. Midtown represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity for growth and improvement, and this has been a fascinating process to be a part of. So this being the last committee of the whole or special council meeting, I'd like to commend all the participants for bringing their ideas to the table. Particularly a couple of young delegates who have been at each meeting and who actually have some hope and enthusiasm for the future and what this neighborhood could become. That's just my personal 2 cents, and thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. I know that staff will give your suggestions the consideration they deserve. And Councillor McNeese has questions or comments for you.
Hi, through your worship, thank you for your presentation there, Graham. You may not have the answer for this, but it seems that you're looking for more flexibility on your site. And I know that SGL has been involved in with a number of municipalities looking at the community planning permit system. I don't know if it was you specifically in your firm or not, but if you have any comments on if you think that system, I know it's designed to offer more flexibility in uses, say on a site like yours, do you think that helps, what your clients are looking for?
I found it very interesting hearing the CPPS system brought up by various people. Unfortunately, I do not have the expertise to comment on it. You probably want one of my colleagues like David Riley, but we are actively involved in community planning permit systems for various different municipalities. He'd be the one to talk to, but it's definitely something that I think should be explored.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Pamela Knight from the Coronation Park Residents Association.
Ms. Knight, welcome. Council is looking forward to hearing from you.
I just lost you. Hold on.
We see you and hear you well.
Oh, good. Well, I can't see. There we go. I found you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Burton, members of council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. First slide, please. Tonight, I want to talk to you about urban growth areas and MTSAs. Urban growth centers are different in size, physical characteristics, level of development, where they are within a municipality. The same thing applies to MTSAs. Some of them are on subway lines, some of them are on rail lines, others bus rapid transit. Some are at major transportation crossroads, others in downtown, some are in brownfields. Some have connectivity for cycling and pedestrians, others don't. Some have natural areas, others don't. Some contain schools, social amenities, etc. Others lack them. Every one of these factors influence an urban growth area or MTSA's capability for growth and livability. You must assess each in context to create its future. Next slide, please. Peel Region actually has 91 MTSAs under its umbrella, and it analyzed every single one of them based on a variety of characteristics, then assigned a classification to each, and then gauged its ability to reach the assigned density target. What it looked at were the categories that you see below: mobility, market growth and potential, land use and built form, and community considerations. And it's interesting to note that the public need and mobility characteristics were included by Peel because these really do signal their importance in delivering livability. Next slide, please. The next step was to look at these MTSAs, and if they possessed a majority of those characteristics, they got a strong ranking. If it was an even balance, it was moderate. If there was a lack of characteristics, that signaled limited. And so depending on their scores, they were then categorized according to their abilities, whether it was station ready, which is essentially high scores across the board, market lag, market push, limited mobility, and strategic alignment. And you can see a number of the markers they were using there. Next slide, please. So we wanted to have a look at Midtown. So we created a chart using exactly what Peel had used and plugged in Midtown in order to see where we arrived. And as you can see here, in the community considerations, we don't rank well simply because we don't have any recreational facilities, there are no schools, there's no capacity for students, there's no shopping center, no arts and culture, no medical facilities, no library, no community center. We also don't do extremely well in terms of existing cycling and pedestrian connections. And we do indeed have some environmentally sensitive lands like 16 Mile Creek, for instance. In these strong areas, we do have existing level of transit. We've got lots of availability of vacant land. And we also have the benefit of having a growth area and an MTSA located together. So when we looked at this balance, and we've ranked some of them as being between poor and moderate, we think Midtown could be characterized as a combination of strategic alignment and market push. Midtown has no subway like Toronto, no planned LRT like Mississauga, no central location within a downtown, and it's geographically removed from the planned future Dundas Street BRT. Midtown's lookalikes tend to be found in other MTSA GO line stations. Next slide, please. So the next thing Peel did after they had taken those steps was to move on to see a development capacity analysis. And once again, they ran every MTSA through this. And essentially that was to determine if it could meet or exceed density targets with minimal or no intensification, if it had a potential to get there with a little land assembly, or whether it just simply wasn't going to reach its intent. So they basically set out a system whereby they created a low, medium, and high density way to look at the pieces of land that could be developed in each MTSA. The low used stacked townhouses, 4 stories. Mid-rise was 4 to 15 stories, and high-rise was 15 to 20. You'll note also that each of those has a different PPU and also a different number in terms of persons per hectare. Next slide, please. So here are some results. I chose the Hurontario LRT because it is one that we all probably are familiar with. Essentially runs up Hurontario Street from Port Credit in the south at the lake up to and beyond Square One. And in this particular chart at the left, you'll see that on the far left there, the Duke of York, which is an MTSA, which is very close to Square One, has already achieved more than it's been required to do. And it has the potential to get up to just past 800 people and jobs per hectare. Then there are others that are below the minimum density line. And as you'll see from the orange lines, some of them have the ability to not even quite make it to the minimum density. That's the one that was the limited one I was referring to earlier. On the right, we've got Port Credit. And it is at the bottom of the HR, or the LRT rather. And as you can see, what they're finding for that particular PMTS, SA, pardon me, is an ability to achieve minimum density target with a potential to reach 250 people and jobs per hectare. And in looking at their OPA schedule, which is on the right, you can see that they have divided it up into a number of areas where they've used a range of buildings, the highest, I believe, being 28. Next slide, please. And these are a few other examples that we looked and found. Barrie, of course, is in a similar situation to us in that it has an urban growth center and a GO MTSA. It's in their downtown area. Their density is a little bit lower because they're in the outer ring, but their latest OPA is aiming at a 25-story building height. Port Credit, as we just talked about. Burlington, we've talked about Burlington in the past. Their size of theirs is very similar to us. They have a growth center as well as an MTSA. They're using a CPPS to help them develop. Their target is exactly the same as ours. They use building heights across multiple categories, 6 to 23 stories. And under the CPPS, if you are a class 2 proponent and you meet all the requirements, you can get up to 45 stories. And then, of course, there's Clarkson, which is on the other side of us, a small 82 hectares, slightly lower density target because it is not a growth area. But again, it's a protected MTSA, so that gives them the benefit of inclusionary zoning. Their OPA is in progress as well, and they're projecting a max building height of 25 stories. Next slide, please. So the takeaways. Midtown isn't on a subway or a rapid transit line. It isn't at a major crossroads of 2 transportation corridors. It isn't set in the midst of a downtown center. It isn't equipped with schools, cultural, medical, and social amenities. It isn't a priority for Metrolinx. It isn't capable of providing livability in a scenario that envisions over-intensification. Since its inception 2 decades ago, the Midtown growth area has never really been assessed and reviewed to determine its proper position in our changing growth scenario. What Midtown is a center that can redevelop, intensify, and achieve 200 people and jobs per hectare and deliver livability. It's a PMTSA that qualifies for inclusionary zoning. It's an area with underutilized land parcels that perhaps would benefit from a CPPS or a CIP. It's a site that justifies better alignment of public and private investments, and it's in need of a realignment of policies and implementation approaches to succeed. That completes my comments, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Knight, for the tour of the neighborhood. Are there questions, Council? Councillor Helger.
Thank you. Through Member Burton. I found that interesting when you started comparing it to Clarkson and Port Credit. Is there something that's unique there? Like they're high, what was it, 25 at Clarkson? I forget what you said Port Credit was. What was the height there?
I believe Port Credit is 28.
So is there a big difference there between their gross area and their net area for development? Is there something that we should know about that?
I don't know the split between overall size in hectares and what they are netting in terms of developable area. I think really where the likenesses come along is the fact that we're on the GO Lakeshore line. You know, from looking at even using that here Ontario situation in Mississauga, it's the minute you see it on paper, it is so easy to see that its growth is basically following that line north. And to the north are all those other things that are coming online, like the Dundas BRT. Mississauga is building its own light rapid transit going up here Ontario as we speak. And in the future, it's my understanding there's about to be an EA introduced for a bus rapid transit way that will run alongside or as part of Highway 407 or 410 perhaps, sorry. But when you look at that, you see that the GO stations that are in the old part, so to speak, along the lakeshore line are removed from the new intensification areas that are developing further north. So I think that's why they have a number of things in common, because they are older areas and they have a different kind of ability to intensify.
So just so I understand, so Port Credit and Clarkson, those two really jumped out at me. They're 25 or 28 stories. Have they already got an official plan stating that?
They're both in the process of, I don't believe that Mississauga's OPA has been approved, but I don't know that for a fact.
Wow, no, that's really good information. I had no idea. I thank you for that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chisholm.
Thanks, Pam. Excellent presentation. I'm with Councillor Elgar on this too. I was quite surprised with respect to the stories being built in other MTSAs. I guess the questions to staff, have we taken consideration doing some comparatives of the MTCA's development across the GO lines in other municipalities, and if we line up accordingly? Has that been done in any exercise at this point in time? Through you, Mayor Jane, sorry. Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Burton, I would ask if Neil and Gabe could respond to that question. I know we have looked at the other centers, but details?
Yeah, we've been asked to provide, we have been doing our comparative analysis as we go along, and we've been asked to summarize that and provide that to the RA, so it would be forthcoming. We are in line. There are some unique circumstances in Midtown, being the busiest GO station in the system, plus being on QEW, plus plans for future BRT, and our designation as a urban growth center. So there are some uniqueness, but I think we're in line. And Gabe, if you want to provide additional information.
Thanks, Neil. You pretty much hit it around the head. We are currently going through that research right now and looking across the GTA, especially those on the GO line, and we'll be providing that information very soon.
Yeah, I guess I take an interest with respect to the comments were made by Pam with respect to where we don't have a subway system, we don't have an LRT, we don't have any of these things, that the servicing and the infrastructure. So does that have any impact in looking at our development in the MTSAs with respect to development of the buildings and height and so forth? Does that have any bearing on what we're doing? Because you're right, I think there's circumstances across the board where they have established infrastructure to maintain or to build. But in our area, it's all open land, and I'm not sure by going bigger and better that we can support that in the ability of an infrastructure. So just a comment on that. Can somebody help me out on that one?
So I think part of the context, and just FY, like Mississauga is just initiating their OP review. The context for Midtown specifically. I think, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. I apologize for that. With the GO facility being in Midtown, you need to consider how growth is dispersed across the strategic growth areas within the town, and the ability for Midtown to accept growth versus the other SGAs. So that becomes a fairly significant portion. Like, what's the ability of the other areas to accommodate growth, specifically Bronte. So there's a myriad of factors involved in how Midtown's developed and will develop that we'll compile and take into consideration as we develop an OPA.
So, Neil, just a follow-up question on that. If when you referred to Bronte, is there the ability to trade off with some of the development happening more in the Bronte GO than the Midtown downtown GO? Is there a balancing that we can do, that we can spread our population out with respect to development rather than trying to intensify everything in this one area? Is there other? I know we've probably gone through this before, but there are identified lands that we can I guess the word is gentle density improvements or additions to the town. Is there that under consideration rather than trying to intensify everything in the Midtown?
Well, I think we've taken, through you, Mr. Mayor, we've taken a lot of that into consideration. The issue with Bronte is it's a very stable employment area that's not likely to change over time. And you'll see that in the forecast where the expectation of that growth center to emerge is in the post-2051 area timeframe. The balance, we do make assumptions for intensification in the other parts of town. However, we're really intent on maintaining our urban structure, and we've identified a significant system of strategic growth areas connected by corridors, transit corridors. So all our focus is on those areas, and then what's the ability and what's the timeframes other areas have to accept that. I will say that we're doing a housing strategy now to how we introduce, if there's an opportunity to introduce additional density into certain areas, but that is a study that we're looking at doing over the next year or so.
Yeah, and what just piqued my interest is the other MTSAs in like Port Credit and Clarkson and so forth, and how they're getting. And I'm hoping, you look at the heights and so forth, that would be in their OPAs. And I understand they haven't been approved yet, but to me that makes more sense and common sense with respect to heights and so forth in that area. I just leave it as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chisholm. No one mentioned it, but the Midtown area has a fairly unique infrastructure differentiator between Port Credit and Clarkson, and that is a 400 series highway running beside it. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quickest question ever. Ms. Knight, would you be good enough to email us a copy of your presentation?
I'd be pleased to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Giddings. Councillor Hazlett-Thiel.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. As always, very educational and informative. Can you just clarify for me, when you were looking at the MTSA information, was it readily available on those towns' websites that staff could do the final leg of this work, which is to tell us what the net developable area was and what the PPU was on those as well?
There was a study actually that was, as I mentioned, undertaken by Peel. It was in 2 or 3 phases, actually. There are final reports available for all of those phases, and there's also a website established where you can access all the background, all the their methodology, the weighting system that they gave to these figures, and why they use particular things to measure capability. So yes, it's all there and available.
Right. Thanks very much for all your research and for clearly articulating there is another way.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Ms. Knight. Madam Clerk, the next delegation, please.
Next delegation is Emma West from Boastfields.
Ms. West, we're looking forward to hear from you. And you're on mute, but now you're not.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff. I'm Emma West. I'm a partner at Boastfields. We're the planning consultants for First Capital REIT, which through its subsidiaries of FCHT Holdings Oakville Corporation and Shops of Oakville South own the lands at 485 Trafalgar and 271 to 361 Cornwall Road. You'd know it as the old Oakville Marketplace, and 461 to 399 Cornwall Road, known as Shops of Oakville South. So I'll keep it brief. I know you've had a long evening so far. We appreciate the opportunity to speak on this item tonight. I would like to take the time to commend the town on their continued commitment and work on the Midtown Growth Area Review process over the past few years. We would like to thank the town's team for their willingness to meet with us and First Capital to hear our questions and key concerns with the policy direction that's emerging for the Midtown area. We look forward to continued work with the town and your team to iron out some details with respect to some of those questions that we raised on how First Capital's lands will be affected by the Midtown plan, and specifically on matters such as the provision of parkland, requirements for cost sharing between landowners, the emerging heights and densities, and commercial uses, including the commercial uses that exist on the site today and are important to the community, but as well as analysis related to commercial needs across the plan area. So those are my remarks. As I said, they're brief, but we do appreciate the work that's been completed to date and the opportunity to connect with the team working on the process. So thank you again. And we hope to continue that collaboration with the town as the draft OPA policies are released in April. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. West. I want to thank you for the detailed written submission that you sent and that I know all of us read, and which rendered all your points with great clarity and your typical degree of thoroughness. So thank you very much for that. Madam Clerk, the next delegation, please.
The next delegation is Matthew Steeves from Oakville Midtown Group.
Mr. Steeves is joining us. I think we'll all see him pop up at the same time, perhaps. Welcome, Mr. Steeves. Council is looking forward to hear from you again.
Good evening, everyone. And yes, my name is Matthew Steeves. Thank you for having me. And I'm a student at the University of Waterloo studying architectural engineering. You may have seen me alongside Mr. Sproston during the OMG presentation, but I'm presenting today as a citizen of Oakville with the perspective of a younger generation. I hope to convey my message tonight through logic and strong reasoning and bring up questions and concerns for council and the consultants to address in the future. Next slide, please. My first concern is the planning team's use of the 2016 StatsCan data to create some of their statistics and projections. Appendix A of the Midtown program stated that the OMG proposal was unable to meet job projections. But I'm concerned that these projections were created without considering working from home as a legitimate option. As you can see in the upper table, this is from 2016. The data of the amount of people who work from home compared to the sample size of the labor force is about 10.7%. In 2021, at the bottom, that number skyrocketed to almost 45%. That number has come down since, but it still remains significantly high compared to 2016. Potential discrepancy because of outdated census data can lead to a massive domino effect down the road. More job space will be created than necessary, and it will be converted mostly to residential, increasing the residential population above what is being projected. Next slide. Nearly half of jobs can be done remotely, and that number will only increase in the future, and I hope the final plan considers this. Here's an additional example of the planning team using 2016 census data, this time for PPU values. Next slide, please. This next slide is taken from the Oakville Housing Strategy and Action Plan, and I'm certain I share the concerns of many who believe these housing outcomes are not clearly met by the current proposal. In my opinion, the current proposal only meets one of these outcomes, which is delivering more housing. Apartments are not affordable in this area, especially for individuals. 2-bedroom or more units average a PPU of 1.849. Where are the families? Is this why only 3 schools were proposed? Because of the low number of people estimated to be in family units? If I were to live in Midtown Oakville, which I think is likely due to my age, I would want to have my wife and my kids living with me and maybe invite my parents to sleep somewhere that isn't on the couch. The amount of shops and restaurants that currently exist will have to be replaced or even multiplied. There's no shown community services and facilities inventory for Midtown like there has been in the Bronte-Go NTSA studies. Housing will be difficult to deliver as it involves coordinating with multiple developers and site. Isolating towers from the human scale and complete podium community. I'm almost 2 meters tall, but I'd have to be a lot taller for towers to be at human scale. A day in the life of living in one of these tall towers. I would get up, take the elevator down to the underground parking lot, get in my car, and drive out on the wide roads. I don't see any walkability there. One cannot propose a pedestrian-oriented community along with 120-foot road allowances. That's a car-oriented community. There's no correlation. There's also uncertainty for the future of cars and roads. Will all this space be necessary? Will 25% of the entire land for roads be necessary in 30 years? Other proposals meet all of these concepts. OMG, for example, there's more housing supply with units that people need. It keeps land values reasonable with room to grow. There is interior green space for families and children. You don't have to commute to get to green space. Homes can be built faster with wood at lower heights. It's more affordable since it costs less to build structures with less stories. And it is a complete community that is designed around its main feature, the train station. That's why this is being developed in the first place. There should be a greater focus on it. Land values are already very high because of no maximums of height or density in the past. So I understand why developers want the most return in order to profit. If it is too late to really change Midtown, then it will be the face of Oakville, whether it is successful or not. But hopefully this process will greatly influence the development of future MTSAs in areas of urban growth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Steves, for your information. We appreciate the effort that you put into it. And I too hope that you'll be there with your wife and children. Councilor Haslett-Thiel has questions or comments for you.
Matthew, thank you very much for taking the time to put together your delegation and for sharing your views as a young person. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. You talked about 25% of the land for roads, and that in the future, it's your projection that we'll probably need less of that. Is there an alternative or a transitional approach that you think should be considered?
I just believe, I don't want to get caught up in numbers, but from a logical perspective, if you want a transit-oriented community, I don't know why the roads would have to be that wide. I would be more concerned about how wide the sidewalks are on the roads.
Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Steves. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
The next delegation is George Niblock from the Collective Residents Associations.
Good evening.
Mr. Niblock, welcome. Council's looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much.
We see and hear you well, and your presentation is up.
Terrific. So I'm here on behalf of a collective of 4 residents associations with a shared message on Midtown. Next slide, please. We vigorously support the need for growth in Midtown and have heard strongly from our residents that the Midtown OPA is headed in the wrong direction. This vision for Midtown strays from Oakville's plan to be Canada's most livable city. Midtown is located in the center of Oakville and surrounded by stable established residential neighborhoods on all sides. The impact of hyperdensity in Midtown will negatively affect residents from all parts of town. Our vision for Midtown is a high density, not hyperdensity, complete community, attracting a diverse demographic with a heavy focus on livability at a human scale, offering walkability to core services, transit, retail, schools, jobs, parks, and attractions for residents. Next slide, please. Our first ask is for a revised plan. Residents are still demanding to see a real alternative to the hyperdense skyscraper plan presented by the consultative team. The OMG delegation presented a concept with a mix of low to mid-rise buildings grouped around central courtyards. They show us how, through reduction in road allocations, the use of laneways and POPs, privately owned, publicly accessible spaces, they can achieve a livable human-scale Midtown that we've been asking for. They can also achieve a defensible population density without skyscrapers. Residents strongly support this approach. In the push for speed through this process, the town has paid lip service to alternatives. This is the largest development in Oakville's history. We don't feel this is good enough. Can I skip 2 slides, please, to number 5? I just want to talk a little bit about the population here. Residents have shown town staff where opportunities exist to reallocate some of Midtown's hyperdensity across South Oakville to Bronte Go, Spears Road, as well as above shopping and commercial plazas. We've been told these plans do not conform with the council-approved urban structure. Perhaps it is time to revisit this plan. The Midtown population estimate of 20,000 people and jobs from a few years ago has now ballooned to a total build-out of 74,000 people and jobs. This is hyperdensity. It is not reasonable. It will not be a livable area in such a small space. The newly increased Oakville 2051 population number of 442,941 people is based on a choice by town staff to use the provincially mandated population allocation and the 33,000 housing unit pledge on top. We've discovered that other jurisdictions do not treat these numbers cumulatively. Why is this being done in Oakville? The town has further compounded the hyperdensity of Midtown by increasing the population projections to account for an assumed 30% of total developable land in Midtown that will not be developed by 2051. Example, Home Depot. This methodology compounds the total population density and is not consistent with what has been done in other growth nodes. The chart that I have up just shows other growth areas and how the density for Midtown far exceeds any of them. Can I go back a slide, please, to previous one? This is on people per unit, PPU. The town's PPU assumptions, as we've heard, for Midtown is 1.7. This is based on out-of-date 2016 census data for Oakville. We believe this needs to be re-examined. We've heard staff are going to undertake a sensitivity analysis. A PPU of at least 2 would be more in line with developments in other cities undergoing similar growth, such as Peel Region and Mississauga. Getting the PPU wrong will not only result in an overly dense area with buildings that are too tall, but it will mean that there won't be enough schools, services, shops to service the actual population. This number needs to be forward-thinking, not backward. PPU must project the rapidly occurring changes to our demographics. And this chart shows City of Mississauga. Mississauga is using a blended rate of 2.34 PPU and in their 20-year population forecast. So they are forward-looking, and they're coming up with, for these, the blended apartment sizes, 2.34. We're well short of that. On transportation, the lack of the transportation plan is another major item we've heard from our residents. Midtown is effectively an island locked into the center of Oakville with limited roads in and out of the area. Transportation issues should be considered as a limiting factor for Midtown's population density. Residents already know the limitations to movement at rush hour in this area. Add 74,000 people and we have a total disaster. With additional population growth in the Trafalgar Road North Corridor, access to the GO station will be severely hindered for all surrounding neighborhoods. We also believe that to achieve a livable, walkable, human-scale community, you cannot have 6-lane roads running through the area. It is crucial to include a plan to get the bus terminal moved to the east side of Trafalgar Road. Metrolinx, developing a plan around an MTSA without Metrolinx as part of the process will result in poor urban planning. On financial implications to taxpayers, many of our residents were shocked to learn that the financial implications of the proposed Midtown OPA will not be considered until after the OPA is approved. The impact on town finances and the long-term implications for the tax base should be disclosed prior to a decision. On planning, residents are concerned that it may take decades before anything resembling a complete community starts to emerge. To achieve a successful livable community and attract a diverse demographic, parks and schools need to provide it early, not late in the development of the community. We have requested that the CPPS be examined as a tool to ensure that Midtown planning is controlled by the town and not by developers. On green standards, we are in a climate emergency. Residents want to see how Midtown is going to be built as a forward-looking community in the fight against climate change through the implementation of green building standards and a district energy plan to meet the goals of the town's community energy strategy within Midtown. Final slide, please. In conclusion, to date, staff and consultants have engaged with the public regarding Midtown per their public engagement strategy. They have gathered input and responded to questions. What they have not done is to integrate any meaningful change into the proposed concept for Midtown. What we see presented has the same problems that residents have started out saying they wanted fixed many months ago. We do look forward to a renewed initiative from Council to bring forward a Midtown OPA concept that is not just defensible, but also supportable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Niblock, for your customary cut and thrust. And we have Councilors Elgar and Councilor Duddick with questions or comments for you.
Thank you, Mr. Through you, Mayor Burton. Mr. Niblock, thank you so much. You brought up an interesting point about only 70% of the lands will be developable because of Home Depot and Metrolinx not buying into it. I was concerned about that also. And I'd sent out to a fairly well-known planner and asked him, is that the way planning is done? And he got back and he said, so typically municipalities plan comprehensively for an MTSA based on sound planning principles. Again, with different properties typically being assigned various densities and heights which if built would ensure the MTSA meets the minimum density target over its entire extent. And it said assigning higher densities to other properties to make up for the shortfall in the face of the owner saying they have no intention of building is not an appropriate way to plan the MTSA or proceed. And it goes on, but I wonder, can staff help Mr. Niblock understand why we have done something like we have written in the report?
I'll take a crack at it, Mr. Mayor. It's an assumption looking at the Midtown. So, okay, let me back up. All of the land is proposed to be planned. So we are assigning proposed land uses to all lands within Midtown. The 70%, 30% comment comes as what is likely to be built over the 2051 period. And so there's an assumption that only 70% of the land will be fully occupied within the 2051 timeframe. The balance 30% will happen after the 2051 horizon. And that's why you have a long stretch. 74,000 would be the ultimate build out in 2081 or whatever that number is. But so the assumption for the 2051 time horizon is that 70% will be built, 30% remains to be built in the post 2051 period. But all lands are being planned in accordance. You've quoted a knowledgeable planner, and I thank you for that, Councillor.
So they also said there are no timeframes or deadlines associated with planning to achieve the densities for MTSAs. So that's where I'm having trouble understanding why we would come out as a planner. You plan for what you want overall, and I'm having a lot of trouble understanding how we could then say, oh, if he doesn't want to apply, and yourself, and we've seen it, where all of a sudden that land goes up in value pretty fast. It goes on about that too. That's why you plan. You don't disqualify a person, because in 5 years' time, things could change pretty rapidly. And I appreciate it's kind of a tough spot, but it's actually true that land you're not saying we're not going to develop. Is there anything in the Planning Act saying we can stop them from developing after 2051? Or could they come in a few days' time and say, hey, we're going up?
They 100%, Councillor, they could 100% come in and change their minds. The thing you have to keep in mind is if someone jumps ahead and who wasn't planning but is now planning, that might push the market out. So we use Home Depot and Metrolinx as examples of stable uses, but plans change, but the market still prevails.
Okay, and that's what I got all that information saying. You're right. The plan, it can change pretty fast for the person who owns the land if it goes up by quite a few 100%. So I thank you for that question, or the answer. So, George, that was your concern, George, also? That things that could happen?
That could happen, but also it's that they're allocating that the 30% to the rest of the lands prior to 2051. So this is one of the reasons we're getting such a dense population there. And then there's an expectation that it grows even further once those properties become available. It just too much.
You raised a very good point that we should really take a look at. So thank you for highlighting that.
Thank you, Councillor Elger. Thank you, Mr. Niblock. My takeaway from this exchange is that the Commissioner has pointed out that all land is being planned. It's not the case that only some is being planned. There's assumptions being made about when it will be used only. Councillor Duddick.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I want to just confirm, George, I had the benefit of sitting in on the most recent Residents Association sort of roundtable discussions that took place. And for the benefit of other members of council, when the residents associations make reference to revisions, they're not saying an either or. In other words, it's not one proposal versus another. It's a possible combination thereof, taking the best out of both ones. Is that not what was being discussed?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. I just didn't want people misled that we were saying all this work is for naught. It's just saying other proposals that have come forward have highlighted other possibilities, other scenarios that might enhance the plan we have. So
that's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donick. You know, this process has been one of synthesizing many different views. I won't say opposing, but different views. And we have seen some revisions to things. I mean, but the last concept that we were presented with was somewhat different than where we started. And what we've heard tonight from staff is that we're going to see more evolution. It's Councillor McNeese and Councillor Hazlitt-Peel are next.
Thank you, through your worship. Just to the delegates, to George's point around Home Depot and Metrolinx, I mean, despite what Home Depot may say, I mean, they don't own the land as far as I know. It's a property investment firm. Their property values are going up dramatically. And I think good planning is to realize that the market for that land will be higher density. And I mean, to leave that out until 2051, I think is a bit misguided. And then with Metrolinx, I realized that we don't have authority over them, but it is a major transit supported area. They've commented to us that they hope that we create even higher densities. You know, I think at some point we can go back to them and say, you've got some parking lots there that need to be developed, and you've got one provincial department telling us we need to build growth. They're another provincial department that has land that can supply growth the closest to the transit station. So to me, I think those are some of the first sites that we plan for, despite what landowners change. All it takes is, you know, one executive at whoever owns the Home Depot site to say, you know, there's a higher and better use here, and there's investors involved. And, you know, they'll flip that over to residential before we know it. You know, you even get into some really urban areas and they can still keep a Home Depot in the podium of a residential building. And, you know, so I'm not too comfortable thinking that, you know, 2051, we're still going to have a Home Depot there, and the transit station is still going to be a giant parking lot on both sides. I think those are two of the early sites that will be providing us some density. And maybe there's some areas more on the fringe that are the sites that are more 2051 and beyond. And thanks to the delegate for pointing that out.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hazlitt-Peel.
Through you, Mayor Burton. Thanks very much, George, for your delegation. I also have a note that one of your slides didn't make it into the deck, and it was a Vaughan report, the city of Vaughan, in terms of what their PPUs are, and I believe your fellow RAs would encourage staff to look at York Region, which when an area had 99% high density, they had a blended rate of 2.29. So there are examples out there when you go and look. So I just wanted to make sure that that was added in. As you already pointed out, there are other examples. So when you mentioned about Home Depot and about those developments, I just, perhaps I heard it wrong. Maybe staff would like to go back and listen to what the consultant said on February 15th. But I believe what you were reflecting on is that the consultant said, as a result of Home Depot and Metrolinx not being developed, that, quote, they had to go higher. And so that the lack of inclusion of that 30% was actually impacting the built form they felt they had to deliver. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so it's not that it's not factored in the overall population, which is what we've heard from the CAO and the commissioner. The question becomes, you know, if it's impacting the built form, and the consultant is the one who made that statement several times, then it shouldn't, because it's the whole population that we're building a plan for, or the whole area we're building a plan for. We certainly don't make the decision to put shovels in the ground, only grant permissions. And it's a bit unsettling to hear the consultant say, but that meant we had to extrude it higher. So I think that's the point that people are concerned about, and perhaps people might want to go back and listen to what was said on the February 15th meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elker.
Yeah, through your board, just so Councillor Hasselfield is aware, you don't even have to go back to the February meeting previously. You can look on the report, page 8 of 36, where phasing is talked about. And in the phasing, they say because there's only going to be 70%, they have to accommodate these in other areas. So it's in the report. And then you only have to go to page 8, and it's right there spelled out. So yeah, that's where something went off the rails there, for sure.
Yes, and thank you, Councillor, for reminding me about the report. This report and others before it have provided a high-level financial analysis showing that 98% of the costs of the infrastructure are expected to be recovered by DCs and other non-tax sources, and the gross amounts anticipated are given, and 2% of each of them turns out to be $7 million each over the time frame. So,
now does that cover the regional costs also?
Yes,
or is that just the town? So that's everything.
They're both, and they're separated out, and interestingly, the cost of the taxpayers is $7 million in each one. The base that the regions is spread over is, of course, the region, not the town.
But you're saying that you're including.
It'd be so nice if you'd allow me to just finish.
I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
Well, I thank you for your courtesy. The report also gives an overview of a summary of all the transportation work that's been done over the years to get us to this point. So I mention these things because it sometimes gets said that no work has been done on either the financing or the transportation, and I think it's helpful to remember that they have been proceeding together at a high level. Now, Councillor Elder, is there anything you want to? I'm done.
No, I was just wondering, with the latest changes to development charges that the province have brought in, if that is still the case. If we work on it for 2 years, okay. So even though the changes have happened, absolutely no changes in the numbers whatsoever. Appreciate that.
I'm reading the report for giving us current information, and I know from, think about how long the development of North Oakville was, 30 years or so. Things evolve and change constantly. We review our official plans frequently. 5 to 7, 8 years in between reviews. We don't lock down. The CAO has a contribution, and I've gone on too long.
Mayor Burton, I wanted to clarify the 2051 requirement of the growth plan is that we accommodate the population in Midtown by 2051 that's assigned to it. And so for that reason, you have to look at the ability to, it's unreasonable to assume that all the lands within Midtown could develop at one time. So there is a portion of the land. So the consultants made an assumption of the 70 and 30, just considering Home Depot and the Metrolinx. So the test, I just wanted to be clear on it, is that you have to demonstrate that by 2051, you can accommodate the population. So you do need to consider market trends in where applicants may be. It's not a solid case that Home Depot will never develop. They may indeed be the first ones, which would be great, as Councillor McNeese said. But then if they develop, someone else would not, just because of the market. So I provide that only for a better explanation or an additional explanation.
Councillor Hazlitt-Dale, our procedure by limits us to twice, and we have delegations. We have a delegation still waiting. Do you have something?
I would just point out that it is the built form that we are seeing as impacted, and we can talk about the population estimate and forecast and the 2051 at a later time.
Great, thank you for that. Mr. Nedlick, thank you for your participation tonight, and it was a pleasure as always to see you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Johnny Timinzik.
Councillor Hazlitt-Dale, did you have something? Welcome, Mr. Timinzik. We're looking forward to hearing from you, and we appreciate the patience that you've shown. You're the last of the registered delegation.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor Burton and members of council. My name is Johnny Timinzik. I'm a representative for 627 Lions Lane, which is one of the development projects in Midtown. I'm also a Ward 3 resident residing less than 3 kilometers from Midtown. I operate my law practice in downtown Oakville, and I'm also an owner of the old Radial Railway Station, a commercial property that I operate my practice out of. I have lived in Oakville for 27 years, and my wife and our 2 young children and myself will much more than likely be calling Oakville home for a long time into the future. I'm appreciative of being given the opportunity to address you this evening as a resident of Oakville, and I respect the entire process surrounding the development of Midtown and the implementation of the official plan amendment. I also respect the fact that all residents are entitled to their opinions, to voice those opinions, and that not everyone in Oakville will agree on the overall direction and vision for Midtown. That said, as a resident, I've become very concerned after attending the last committee of the whole and hearing some of the information and suggestion provided by other residents and resident associations. Midtown has been designated as an urban growth center, a protected major transit station area, and identified as the primary strategic growth area within Oakville. The existing Oakville livable plan allows for higher density in Midtown than in much of the rest of Oakville, and for years the town's vision for Midtown has been one of higher density. This should not come as a surprise 8 months into the committee of the whole process. In my opinion, town staff and expert consultants have been working towards drafting an OPA that is in conformity with provincial and regional policies. To fulfill the requirements of those policies and to satisfy the growth targets, staff and consultants have decided that Midtown requires a certain amount of density and height. From what I have seen, there is a multi-factor basis for choosing to go in this direction, and density and heights are not just being chosen on a whim. While this may be an unpopular opinion in this forum, and while I again respect the entitlement everyone has to their own opinions and believe that these opinions are all well-intentioned, it is concerning that at this point in the process, when concepts such as OMG, Copenhagen, or the idea of drastically reducing density in Midtown and somehow replacing that density with several stories of residential units above Oakville Place and above what are mostly commercial and industrial units along Spears Road are presented, Council appears to be open to seriously entertaining such options in a manner that almost appears to discount the expertise of town staff and the consultants. I'm not implying that Council is actually discounting such expertise, but unfortunately, the manner in which the Committee of the Whole has been structured does not appear to give staff and consultants the opportunity to immediately reply to alternate options and to point out any underlying assumptions or discrepancies that may make some options unfeasible, or to at least have an opportunity to explain the underlying reasons as to why staff and the consultants have been working towards a concept that is very different in terms of heights and density. I know as a resident, if we had that ability, it would drastically help when we have experts telling us that we need 3 schools and we have resident associations telling us that we need 9. It shouldn't be a difficult exercise in figuring out how many we need, and maybe having an opportunity to respond would actually help get to the bottom of that. Such alternate options, while well-intentioned, appear to come from a resistance to change, something we are all familiar with in Oakville. I spent my early years growing up in Glen Abbey in the early to mid-'80s when development had just commenced there. From recollection, the areas north of Upper Middle were hardly developed until my late teens, followed by development north of Dundas. I used to enjoy driving through the countryside to Milton, and I'm sure that residents who lived in Oakville before I was born enjoyed the even larger countryside where Glen Abbey was eventually built. In some way, we all have an underlying desire to be resistant to change, likely underpinned by nostalgia. That said, given Canada's accelerated immigration plan at a rate we have not seen in recent times, if ever, coupled with a drastic shortfall in homes, we don't have the luxury of resisting change at this time. Given Midtown's central Oakville location and proximity to public transit, it is a perfect location for much of the required growth. As well as a resident who can also be resistant to change at times, I and many of my friends in Oakville prefer the idea of accommodating much of the required growth and density in a relatively undeveloped area such as Midtown, and in an area where very few people presently live, while preserving the existing makeup of more established neighborhoods. My largest concern, after seeing the other concepts and seeing the potential for further delays in implementing a new OPA, is the potential loss of a great opportunity to have a hand in guiding the development of Midtown. As highlighted by the consultants, the implementation of an effective OPA requires finding a balance of interests between residents, developers, and stakeholders that represent good planning in the interests of the public. A reasonable OPA can work to satisfy the concerns of all parties while implementing requirements that will benefit all residents of Oakville. An unreasonable OPA or a failure to implement a new OPA could lead to many developers applying to the Ontario Land Tribunal, as some already have, which would ultimately have the effect of taking away town staff's and Oakville residents' opportunity to guide the development of Midtown, and will leave much of the developmental authority and decisions to the province, with no guarantees of specific amenities, parks, and similar items. It's troubling that this is something that doesn't seem to be talked about much throughout this process. What happens if a low-density, low-height OPA is proposed and passed by council? Will it actually be implemented at higher levels? If so, what happens when many developers start applying to the Ontario Land Tribunal? Will the vision envisioned by a lower density OPA actually resemble what ends up being built in Midtown? What also happens if a low density OPA is implemented and some of the existing OLT applications asking for an excess of 50 stories get approved? Are we going to have Copenhagen with a 50-story tower in the middle of Midtown Oakville that we're just, we're stuck with because the province said we had to have it, whereas the reality is we have an opportunity to get this right now and to minimize the province's involvement in future applications. I appreciate the efforts being taken by all parties, including council, the committee of the whole, delegates and residents, as well as staff and consultants for their hard work throughout this process and in addressing questions and concerns as per the report provided this evening. I truly hope that we are able to arrive at a reasonable OPA that allows town staff and residents to maintain a strong hand in guiding the development of Midtown and ensuring that it is developed in a manner that leads to a livable neighborhood for future residents of Midtown and a celebrated destination for all residents of Oakville. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tominczyk, for those sentiments. I think many of us share the desired outcome. I would just point out that in the anticipated process ahead of us in April and in June, I'm expecting that the staff will be providing the detailed answers for the public to the suggestions, some of which you mentioned, that have in fact been offered to their proponents, and eventually we're going to get everything out on the table. Councillor Hazlett-Thiel.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Thank you, Mr. Tominczyk, for coming out. And thank you for the meeting the other day. Your application that is 20 stories plus 7 for bonusing is certainly one that we've watched, and it is a balance, if you will. I just wanted to make sure that I understood you correctly. So as a resident of Ward 3, you are comfortable that the long-term vision of Midtown could be upwards of 77,000 people and jobs. Is that what I heard you say?
Let me answer that in a little more complicated manner than yes or no. I think the difficulty becomes, if you're asking me if I'm okay with 70,000 people and jobs in Midtown tomorrow, no, I'm not. But if we're looking over the span of decades and the many decades that it'll take Midtown to develop, including the fact that, you know, I'm turning 45 in a couple of weeks, I might be dead before the last building goes up in Midtown. That just might be the reality of how long this development is. As much as we need to get certain things right now, there will be an opportunity for change going forward. Yes, depending on what happens with this plan amendment, it will dictate some of the earlier buildings that go up and what happens there. Unless I'm missing something, I don't think that the plan amendment that goes through now will never be able to be revisited or changed at any point in the future. If we're talking about 2031, 41, 51, 61, maybe I am fine with 71,000 residents in 2051, depending on how Oakville develops overall by then, depending on, you know, what is transportation like at that point? What is traffic like at that point? But no, 70,000 people there tomorrow, I would probably pick up and move somewhere else.
Thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question, and Mr. Tomizik for the answer. And thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there other delegations?
There are no further delegations at this time.
All right, thank you. Council, the report that staff provided is in front of you, and it would be in order, if you wanted to receive that. Councillor Elder?
To you, Mayor Burton, I know we've been asking questions which have been good to staff throughout the night. One thing that I'm noticing as I read through the reports, and I wonder if staff can give us all a definition of what a target is, what a forecast is, and now I see it's coming out with what an estimate is. What are they and what are the differences and what do they really mean? A target, a forecast, and an estimate. Just I'm trying to understand it as you read through, because I know they're all different.
Could we be satisfied with a memo to all of us? That way we'd have it in writing.
That'll work, I guess. I don't know whether anybody in the general public is on the line tonight, other than who I've seen present and the councillors. So I don't know how many are in the public here that are interested. But yeah, okay.
I can tell you we have 41 participants.
Okay. Well, and that's fine. It'd be good to get the memo though, because they all do mean different things. So yes, thank you.
It'd be nice to pin it down.
Yeah, it would be. Thanks.
Would you like to move receipt of the report?
No. I'm saying okay. Not at this point.
All right, Councillor Haslett-Thiel. You're on mute, Councillor.
At what point tonight will we have an opportunity to ask further questions? Will it be after we hear who's going to receive it? Because I do have a series of more questions.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Councillor Elder raised the population, and can I just ask for clarity that between forecast, estimate, and target, that in the memo it is clear what and why we are using a joint best planning estimate as our possible target in the joint best planning estimates distribution. I think that is a question that came through from the delegates. It's a concern, and it isn't clear. So I thank you for the suggestion that they put it in writing. And I would also ask that it include what is the regional approved population targets that are in full force and effect now. Because I think that is also confusing for people, how it's being framed. And I'm sure that in writing, it can be in a chart, could very simply clear up some of the misunderstanding.
It's a very useful question. And I would suggest that we should expect that in the report that accompanies the release of the draft on the 2nd of April.
So if it is included in that, that's great. I believe it's a fundamental building block that is needs to be clarified. And it also needs to clarify where the 33,000 housing pledge falls into that, because we have a regional population target. We also have a housing pledge, which was to accelerate, not to add. And having that information before April 2nd would certainly be helpful, because there's implications on how the population is distributed, because again, the public are questioning, do we have the right population number that we are distributing? So again, if it's in writing, it's very helpful, and perhaps we could get it before April 2nd.
I think it's a very useful exercise to be identifying issues, you know, as we do on many planning matters, where council identifies the issues that it would like to see answered by staff.
Okay, well, I'll try to keep doing that then.
Please.
Could Mayor Burton just interject for one moment? We had planned to answer the questions that are coming out from the public consultation in the report that would be going to the statutory public meeting in about mid-March. I think that report, mid-April, that report comes out. So that would be the timing of responding to the various questions that we're hearing tonight, unless council directs us to provide that earlier, which I would suggest a bit of a challenge with the amount of work that we have in front of us.
So, Madam CAO, let's refresh everybody's perception of the process. There's going to be a publication on the 2nd. There's going to be a public information meeting, a statutory meeting on the 22nd. Having the information before the 22nd, it would suffice, I would believe, since the purpose of the publication on the 2nd is to give people lots of time to read it.
Yes, and if I can just, the publication on the 2nd is actually the official plan with all its policy requirements, the mapping, the details there. The report that would go out prior to the April 22nd statutory meeting would be addressing all of the questions that we've had over the time period, providing a rationale for the OPA and the process that we've been under and the balance of the process. And then that would be received by council and considered with the overall package on the 22nd, or by planning and development, whichever that is.
So my suggestion would be that the residents talked about building a bridge and crossing a divide and a gap, which was also raised at the last meeting of the committee of the whole. And so having accurate population and an understanding of the accuracy of the population before the OPA, I think, is a courtesy we should be able to provide them. It has to be a clear, I mean, it can't be that complicated to write out what is ROPA 49, what is is it overridden by the minister or been overturned? What is the actual calculation that included, what was the actual calculation for the population that is distributed in the joint best planning estimates? You know this information very clearly. And again, they're reaching out to try and build, to clear a divide, and information is powerful. So let's give it to them as soon as we possibly could. My other question would be for staff is, there are times in the report you talk about we have to plan for growth, and absolutely we have to plan for growth, but I just wanted to be clear on this review of the OPA in 5 years or 7 years. Is it accurate that we can't take away permissions that have already been granted? So if, as one of the delegates said, we get a chance to look at this again, would we have an opportunity to make changes because what's happening in terms of the built form or the population? Can we pull back at all, or are we then just making adjustments in other areas, but not in the actual density?
Every 5 years we do, as you say, review the official plan. We review a lot of other documents at the same time. But once we've assigned a density expectation to a landowner, it is quite challenging to reduce that density at a later date.
So, okay. So, thank you for clarifying that for people. And so in terms of the actual targets for Midtown, will that be in the writing as well, like in terms of what are we absolutely required to do and what are the town's choices in terms of population and density? Will you answer that in writing as well?
Yes, there are targets and there are forecasts. Yes, we will address those, and we'll take a lot of the pieces that were presented in the August meeting at the COW, because we had spent some time going over what's a forecast, what's a target. So yes, we can certainly provide that in the report.
So
Councillor, excuse me, you're well over your 5 minutes, and Councillor Dudek has questions. Would you be kind enough to wait for her before you get your second go?
Absolutely, Mayor Burton.
Thank you. Councillor Dudek?
Thank you, Worship. At the appropriate time, I would like to go in camera because I have some questions pertaining to the confidential memo that we received. But in the interim, something that can be asked in the public forum. Hearing that we're under such tight timelines, okay, going down to things. My concern is I don't want to mislead members of the public with an opportunity to have revisions, amendments, whatever you want to call it, to the draft that's going to be proposed, okay, in April. So I'm thinking, have we left sufficient time that is something that does come up, okay, that we have that time to make those revisions?
Councillor, yes, as I said earlier, it's a two-stage process. April is stage one, the point of which is to collect final comments and recommendations from council and the public and landowners and all in sundry.
Okay.
And then during May and June, come up with the final recommendation, which would then be a recommendation report, which is our normal procedure.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that members of the public understood that it wasn't we're going ahead with the one that we're dealing with that has been presented thus far. That is, if there's an opportunity whereby staff are able to incorporate some suggestions or whatever, we have that opportunity. That's my only question.
That's right. This has been an evolutionary process. The product has evolved, not as much as some people would have liked. I understand. However, it has been a continuous evolution.
Okay,
every member of council, you're welcome. Every member of council should feel welcome and free to send questions in. It's your privilege to ask them now, but the audience that's hearing them is not very large. Council, it's after 9 and you still have the confidential item to consider. So we're going to go back to more questions if anyone wants to ask them now. And I hope everyone feels welcome and free to send them in writing. Councillor, how's it feel?
Yep. So the other question that I have is in the report, it talks about of 50% of the built form being 8 to 48 stories, and that 43% would be mid-rise or low-rise. When you report back, or maybe you can answer it tonight, are you identifying mid-rise as the podium, or are you identifying as many other jurisdictions would, that mid-rise is really separated from it's not the podium. The podium is part of the tower ultimately. So is in that percentage mix. Could you just clarify that? Because we've had some folks hear the consultant talk about this mix being 40% mid-rise and low, and I'm not seeing that in the layout. And I want to just be clear, what is our definition of low and mid-rise in terms of built form? And if you don't have that answer tonight, I'm happy to receive that answer at your schedule.
Mr. Mayor, there's a lot of different forms a podium can take, including townhomes and so on. But I will make sure that there's a clear understanding of what the term mid-rise means.
Okay. And my other question is, when you look at the MTSA information that Ms. Knight gave to council, and also look at PPUs that other people have suggested, in the process, could you also look at if there's any GO train that is an urban growth node that is not subway based, has the level of intensity that Midtown has? For example, that Midtown has at 2051 at the gross level of 490 hectare, which you put in the JBEs, but at net it's 1173, and at the long term it's 1790 people and jobs per hectare. So I'm hoping when you look at the other MTSAs and the PPUs, which is research Director Charles said he was going to do, if you could come back and tell council in the report, is there any GO train that has that's an urban growth node, not a subway, that has a level of intensity that is being proposed? I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Perhaps when they do that, they could also indicate if the base amount of hectares that are being built on increases at some point after 2051 and impacts what the density would read or would be calculated as. Because we heard continuously tonight that we expect Metrolinx and Home Depot someday to develop. And we're projecting.
I'm sure they will. Their land value keeps going up.
Well, we're way out there, and at this end of the spectrum or of the projection, we're way out there in the latter half of this century. So,
well, my grandchildren will be here, so I'd like to take care of that.
I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't care about it. I'm only suggesting that the land base might change, and that would change the calculation. Are there two of us who would like to move and second receipt of the report and the discussion? Councillor Knoll and Councillor Shi, thank you. Is there any objection? Madam Clerk, there's no objection. The motion carries and the information is received. At this time, I would solicit a motion and a second that council resolve into a closed meeting session for the purpose of litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including the communications necessary for that purpose with respect to the item, the Midtown Oakville process legal considerations report. Is there any objection? Oh, I need a mover and seconder, Councillor Chisholm, and I saw Councillor Longo. Any objection? Madam Clerk, there's no objection. That carries. And I would ask you to rig the meeting for session closed to the public for that purpose. Council, I would suggest that you might want to spend 5 minutes on either getting a glass of water or a bio break. And it's 9:23. How about we agree to resume at 9:30 sharp?
Recording stopped.
Yeah, I forgot.
Try to live through
Cool? Yeah. Okay.
I'm currently in my first of 3 years at Sheridan, so it's kind of fun to be at that point because you have all great ideas and you're not limited by actual technology. Sheridan College in the glass department here, they ran a bit of a competition amongst the students. I submitted my design and then it got sent off. One of the things that I did before I submitted my design to the town was I had a talk with the actual professors to make sure that it was doable.
It'll look not unlike this. The central piece will actually have a wave in it. It's got this oak leaf shape to it. When you look down on it, it'll have a nameplate on there, and then when it comes out of the mold, it looks not unlike this. It'll be on the end of the pipe, and we just break it off, and we put that in to cool. And then when it's done, we saw it off right about here, and polish the bottom. So of course this one's been sawn already. The process of the thing kind of goes like we start out with a spike of glass. We form we take a gather and we form it into kind of a conical piece of glass. Then we get a couple of what we call gathers. We gather glass on the end of a rod, and then we roll it in colored powder, which is basically really finely crushed glass with color in it. Then we melt that in. We roll it a few times just to make sure that it's got lots of solid color on it. What we do is we take molten glass out of the furnace and we roll it in this colored powder, the glass color, and it sticks. It'll stick to the glass, the hot glass. And then what we do is we take it over to the glory hole and we melt it in. So the glory hole gets it nice and hot, reheats the glass. Once it's melted in nice and neat, I'll take it over to Paul there and he'll stick it on a piece. But I want to get it pretty hot so that I don't have I get a nice small trail for him. And then we apply that onto our spike, right? So we have two colors. We have two guys doing it basically. We'll lay on one color and then we'll flip it over and we'll lay on the other color. So we have basically 3 rods of color together, right? Because we don't want the glass to cool off too much after he's done it, after he's formed his spiky bit there. We don't want the glass to cool off too much, and we don't want to have to reheat it over and over and over again. So it takes 2 of us with bit rods to form 2 colors, just so that we can put the one color on and then put the next color on. And then go and melt them together, because if we put one color on and then he melts it together, then we put another color on and he melts that in, it could melt in kind of a weird blurred shape. So if we put them both on at the same time, then they melt at the same rate, and that makes it much more crisp and nicer.
And so now we laid the color on the center bit, and we just have to melt the color in so it becomes one smooth pattern. Because if there's any seams or anything where the color is, when we plunge it into the middle, it's going to catch bubbles there. So that'll be little imperfections in the design.
Then we'll melt them together so that they're smooth without a lot of edges, because if we have a lot of edges, we'll trap air, and we didn't want a ton of extra bubbles or special design of bubbles, so we wanted to make sure that it's all nice and smooth. Then what we do is we extrude it out a bit lengthwise and give it a twist, a nice slow twist, and that gives it kind of that helix of color. In this you can see the spike of color, but it has this nice, about 2 revolutions worth of color, in 2 revolutions of twist in color. Then we put a bit of a wave into it, so it looks kind of more like a flame. They're dirt from gravity, so this puts a nice bend in it. Then we have a graphite mold that's made out of a big block of graphite. It's a two-part mold, so it splits in half basically. I'll get a ladle of glass out of the furnace, a big ladle of glass, and we pour that into the mold so it's full. And then the guy who formed the spike with a twist in it plunges that into the mold. So we plunge it straight down into the mold. We let it cool off a little bit so that it firms up, because glass is kind of like taffy, you know. After a few minutes, we wait a little bit longer and it seizes up a little bit more. It's still flexible but not solid.
Just doing this to cool the edges here, set it up a bit.
Then we pull it out of the mold and we flash it in the glory hole, and that's to even out the heat. But also the flame in the glory hole will polish the one end. So this end here gets its smooth surface from what we call flame polishing.
And so we have to let it completely set up before we put it away. Otherwise, if we put it away too hot, it's gonna deform when it's in the annealer. The internal heat in it will actually like deform the piece.
Yeah, the heat actually moves kind of slow, and the internal heat will come out to the external part of the piece, and then when it sits on the grating in the annealer, because the shelves are great, it can actually take on the shape of the grating if it was too, like if it becomes too hot. When the annealer itself isn't that hot, even though it feels like it. When you stick your head in there, it feels like it. It's not hot enough to actually deform, but the interior of the piece could be 300, 400, 500 degrees warmer than the actual exterior, and then that soaks out to the outside.
Yeah, the annealers are at like 500 degrees, and these furnaces are at like 2,000.
Yeah. Then we wait for a while until it seizes up. As soon as it stops moving, then we'll break it off and we'll put it in the annealing oven.
Now we're just creating a stress point in the glass. Like, this is a really cool part now, so if I hit the glass, all the vibrations are gonna stop at that one point.
Then it'll sit in the annealing oven for about 57 hours. And that cools down slowly, and what it does is it takes all the stress out of the glass. Because all the forming that we do causes inconsistent heating throughout the glass, right? And even though we're flashing it and doing all kinds of things to it to try and even out the heat, it'll still have inconsistent heat through it. So what we do is we put it in the annealing oven, and it bathes it in a 550 degrees Celsius for a good 25 hours or so. Well, everything in a glass shop is a team effort, right? So I came up with the design. You know, it's my design, but that doesn't mean that I'm the one who carries things out. I mean, there are a number of artists like that. They actually just design it, and somebody else actually makes the thing. In this case, I've got the skill set that allows me to help out, right? And then plus I get to supervise. I get to look and see what's going on. Some other first-year students that are there are Paul Vandenbiggert. He's the one who's putting the twist in the glass. He's quite good at it, so we figured why reinvent the wheel for one of us to figure that out. And then there's Matt Crosby, and Matt's helping out with everything else, bringing bids, opening the door. You need to have a hand in the glass shop, because there's so many things that are really hot that you just can't do it. You just can't hold a pipe in one hand and try and open the door with the other hand. Especially with this thing, it weighs too much. It's a good 5-10 pounds of glass on there. So it's important that I get Paul and Matt to help out. Each one will be unique. It'll be at least slightly different, no matter how much we wanted them to be exactly the same. They'll always be a little bit different just because of how we did it. The shape of this award, it takes on the shape which is actually an oak leaf. So if you look at it, it's oak leaf shaped, right? And that's of course Oakville's own built-in iconography. So what we did is we placed these spirals of color in the center to kind of symbolize an inner flame. So it's kind of like the inner fire that runs the town. So the volunteers have, are this energy that runs the town, and you don't get anything done without having a good core of volunteers willing to do the things that need to be done. So, so I thought it was important to have that in there, and it also kind of symbolizes the inner fire of the actual people who are volunteers, because they have to have a certain dedication that you don't see. So it's kind of a dual meaning in that regard. You've got the inner fire of the town, and the inner fire in the people who are the inner fire of the town. The complexity of the piece actually requires that you have a few extra hands, especially when we've got a two-part mold. One guy plunges the piece into the mold, but he can't let go of the pipe to try and extract it. So it takes another two people to try and separate the mold off of it, because it can stick. Glass can get sticky at that temperature, and it can get stuck in the mold. And if we leave it in there too long, it's just going to crack. So we'll have a ruined piece at that point. So because graphite really sucks the heat out of the glass, right? It's like doing anything with it, touching metal to the glass, it'll suck the heat out of the glass. So it takes a couple of guys in there, sometimes prying, sometimes physically holding on to the mold with a pair of gloves on, and then Paul can pull it up out of there once it's out, once it's been freed. It's important to pull up vertically so that we don't snap off some of the vertical striations in the mold, like these bits in here. That's solid graphite in the mold, and if we twist it, we can snap them off, and then we've ruined the mold, and we don't want to do that, right? It takes a while to cut one of those things, because it's 6 inches thick. So it takes a few hands to get things done. This is actually my first time in Oakville. It's a very nice town. Everybody's really nice here, and it's almost surprising, like how nice everyone is in Oakville, and also how dedicated volunteers are, and how important it is to actually give them some kind of award to recognize what they do. So it was great for me to sit down and go, hey, I get to make this thing.
Volunteers are basically selfless. It's selfless service. It's really giving to others. I know for sure that they're not in doing their volunteer work expecting to be recognized and to be thanked. But it really is, from my perspective, an enormous honor to be able to make this year the awards that will actually recognize them and thank them for the work that they do. Volunteers are the creatures that operate maybe between earth and sky and that keep a community together. The Community Spirit Award for this year is a functional box. That was the request from the committee. I had proposed something that would go on the wall, but it has actually the box itself has a lot of the elements that I had of my initial proposal. My initial proposal did include this waterfront line delineating the difference between the sky and the earth. So that has been retained in the box. The process of making the boxes has included working with 2 different clay bodies. One that's very groggy, a bit like having sand in it, so it's very textured. And the other one is a porcelain for the temperature that I'm firing to. So the interesting part about these 2 clay bodies is that they're really quite different. One is very smooth, and the other one is this, as I say, more textured, has more almost like sand in it. If you were to feel it with your fingers, you feel more of it's just different to tactile. But these 2 different clays dry differently, and they want to almost go in opposite directions. So it's kind of interesting to work with them in a way that puts them together to come to the awards, which are the boxes.
Vanessa has come a long way in terms of solving a lot of technical problems this year, and it's because she's really set for herself some technical challenges, working with different types of clays and trying to combine them together in a single piece, a single object. As a ceramic artist, that sort of sets you up for trouble. And Vanessa went in knowing that, and she's been strategic in finding ways to sort of respond to those challenges. And it's really boosted her technical skills for sure.
This is why my little note here on that, you know, it's like this.
You're going to get different sorts of responses by working with a hollow, right, where the glaze is going to collect and flow.
Oh, then when it's going to
And that's
drip.
not really representational of the kinds of forms that you're making, where it's going to be, you know, there are little grooves, small areas where it's going to be gathering together, but generally speaking, it's going to flow over.
And then this, all I do is, it's not an elegant process. There. So, see it there? It's come out. It's maybe even a bit distorted. And then take this magic tool, which I do not know if it has a name, and hope for the best. So highly unsophisticated. I'm cutting through this box. So now I have two pieces, one that's sort of showing the irregularities and the very hopefully straight cut lid. Once those are put aside, then I return to the same mold, and using the grogged clay now with the globs, I use globs, I press them into the mold. And at a certain point, I then take one of the halves of the porcelainous piece, flip it over into the mold. And so what I'm visually looking at that point is I'll have some porcelainous clay, some space, and almost the grog clay below. And then I'll take more of the grog clay, fill it all in. And what I'm doing there is joining both the porcelainous and the grogged clay. And at that point, I'm really compressing the clay and forming the shape that's going to be in the inside. And that process takes a fair amount of time. And then when that piece, when the mold has absorbed some of the moisture from the actual clay, I flip that out. And then I put together overnight what is now the base of the clay, the base of the box, and the lid. I put them together without the lip, and I actually dry them inverted with a lot of plastic to keep the moisture in. So it's actually not drying, it's just settling, which is sort of an important part of this process. I let that happen overnight, and then the next day I will put the lip into the box, the rim. It's beautiful. I like the way it's so soft by comparison. It's not up to scratch. I know. Noril's got extremely high standards.
The program at Sheridan is really intense. It takes over your life in ways that you couldn't possibly predict. And the more you learn about it, the more you want to know. And the more you experiment and learn about the materials, you realize that it never ends and that there's always something new and exciting to do with ceramics. And I think that's what's amazing about Sheridan, is that it's a really transformative 3 years.
In order to create the lip of the box, I will first either roll out a slab, a bit like you do with pastry, or I will pass it through our slab roller. Either way, I've got something that looks very much like pastry, and then I cut strips to the size that I want. So I'm able to cut it and create the lip. Then I cut that lip at an angle, and I soften it and I clean it up. So what is lovely about this porcelain is that I can actually use the sponge fairly liberally on it. I can smoothen out the lines where I want them. The last detail that I put on a box is, of course, the writing. So I've chosen to write in script on the boxes. And there is an exhibition of the graduating class of all studios. So it includes textiles, glass, furniture, and ceramics, of course. So that was very exciting. It was it was very successful in the sense that we had people coming in there till about 10 o'clock at night. So there were people on the sidewalk, the galleries were full, the work was great. So a great opportunity as a student to start, exhibiting our work and showing our work. And that process is also very interesting because once your work becomes public, there's a whole new dialogue that starts happening.
So, I mean, I think that dialogue of privacy is a real important part of what she's been doing with her thesis work. And that's why I think in a lot of ways the fact that she's taken those pieces and been inspired to work more publicly in relation to this commission makes those pieces really interesting.
Once it goes through the bisque firing, then I glaze them. And that's a bit of a slow process. Oakville is my home. I haven't often worked in Oakville, but I have always lived almost in Oakville since my family and I arrived in Canada. We came from Argentina in 1985. This area is to the family very important. The pieces are glazed inside and outside, and there is different glazes for different reasons. As I glaze the inside, both the lid and the box, with a clear glaze. This cleaning off can actually be done at different times. The glaze will come out. Once that is done, then I will glaze the lid and the part of the box that is, whether referring to the lake or the sky with the glaze. And then once that is on, we put the pieces in the kiln for the glaze firing, which is about 16 hours of firing and then another 16 to 20 of just cooling down before the pieces can be taken out. It says 60 degrees, fair to open. And I can move my hands because it's not so hot. Yes, it works. Most important that it works for the recipient. But yes, I think we have, we've got texture, we've got lines, we've got, the handwritten note, as I try to think of script. I know it's not what we use the most, being so accustomed to text messages, but handwriting does have a connotation of something personal, and these recipients are receiving and are being acknowledged on a very personal activity. So I kind of like that idea. I debated what type of script to put, and then I thought, okay, just handwriting works. So that's what it is.
Together, my wife and I were designers, Myself, I'm a shop guy. I like making stuff. I like getting into the studio early and taking care of business. Trying to figure out how to make something and what the best way to make something will be.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
So it'll be in about there.
Perfect. And you get to keep some of this stuff.
Yeah, that's a neat.
I like that.
That's a neat thing. I wonder how it'll stay with. Should finish up okay.
Yeah.
I actually first met both Joseph and Dana about 4 years ago as students at the Sheridan College Craft and Design program, and both were studying in the furniture studio. Right from the start, both Joseph and Dana have been very active in the field of woodworking, and it's also been my pleasure to see them move from students into building a collaborative design studio and production house called DJ and JB, and which also kind of playfully references their own relationship as husband and wife.
Dana and I work very closely together. What do you think? We always bounce our ideas off each other. We work as a team. I think in coming up with how these awards have turned out. Dana's been just pushing me always to do more and to just dig in to the project. Basically for me to explore and dive into the making of these awards. A lot of it is on me as the guy who's in front of the lathe or doing most of the actual work and shaping of these things, to actually treat each piece with its own intention. And then she kind of swoops in and adds whole other layers of meaning. She sees things that maybe I haven't seen and adds context and support. So it'll be in about there.
So as a collaborative team, they have developed to produce a really flexible and modern selection of work, and they always focus on using local materials, sustainable practices.
So Dana and I started JB plus DG while we were in school together. The acronym is our initials, Joseph Bowman plus Dana Gedney.
We're at Blossom and Bloom at Union Station in Toronto. It's a 2-day craft fair. We do one of these every 2 to 3 weeks throughout the summer. Depending on our booth size, we bring what we can, and because it is a flower show, we brought our planters and some of the paper flowers I've started making, and some wall hangings and mobiles.
So when it came time to establish a name for a business, that just seemed like apt. It's who we are, it's a bit of a love story, and it's simple. So our own approach is the simplest expression of an elegant idea. I'm the studio technician at the Wood Studio at Queen Elizabeth Park Community and Cultural Center, and I get to talk shop with residents every day I'm here and help out with projects and just hang out in the Wood Studio all day with people. I think specifically this community center is amazing. This is a space that, when it opened, I remember being intensely jealous of the first technician who scored the gig that I have now. Very intensely jealous. For me, it's kind of a coveted gig. I like the role. You get to meet a lot of people. You get to help out with a lot of projects. I get to do a lot of thinking about how I might solve a problem without actually having to solve that problem myself. I get to offer my advice and then see how that project plays out. So it's fun, it's rewarding, and it opened up a lot of opportunities. The fun part's over, and now the work begins.
What I know about Joseph and Dana's studio practice is that they've put a lot of hard work into building something that works both in terms of what they want to do creatively and what their customers are looking for. And so they have a really beautiful range of products that are very modern and aesthetic, but that are also very customizable, and that they're using local woods and sustainable practices.
I try not to be too precious about any of the material. I believe that the material is going to work. It's wood, it's beautiful, it has beautiful natural characteristics that I know I can turn into something that others will enjoy. And you kind of believe in that process and believe in the skill and craftsmanship and the eye and the hand and go from there. The theme that we're starting from is volunteerism. So there's something in volunteering your time that is altruistic. It's caring for another person, a place. It's something completely outside of yourself. It's nurturing something. And so we thought it would be appropriate to present awards that had a bit of that in them. So they're vessels for succulent plants. They're all individually beautiful vessels for plants.
We chose succulents. We chose a variety of succulents and little trees to give some interest and color and layers. We actually get our plants from a nursery. A neighbor of ours has a small nursery in the East End where she grows everything from, she has her mother trees and she grows everything from cuttings and the little succulents.
In our line of work, it's a rare opportunity to put that amount of time into something. So these pieces have been babied. They've been well loved, and I've been over every inch of them for hours, and it's been joyous. It's been a very enjoyable experience. If somebody comes in to see me at the queue and they really need help with something, there's a lot that I get out of helping people with their projects here. It's been my experience that I guess giving of your time, knowledge, and effort is kind of its own reward in a way.
It should be reasonably well understood that each piece was made by hand, and that each image is different for that reason. So it's very clear that I'm not using any sort of mass-produced or mass production technique. What I'm using are tools and my own hands to carve each piece out individually. This is really about the handmade process or the maker's mark in that sense. The process of throwing, essentially, whether you're making a cup or a vase or a bowl, the process is essentially the same. It starts with wedging your clay, preparing the clay, making sure it's nice and even and consistent for throwing. You want to avoid air bubbles or chunks or bits. So you wedge that clay to get it nice and even. It goes onto the wheel. First step is centering, which involves holding the clay in place so that, basically, the whole idea is not to force the clay, but to be nice and steady so that the clay centers itself onto the wheel, at which point you're ready to open it up. What most people love about clay is the feeling that it provides infinite possibility and opportunity. It may look like mud at first glance, but it's basically mud that can hold its shape, that can be carved, it can be wheel thrown, it can be pressed into sheets, it can be shaped into pretty much any idea that comes to mind, provided it has a physical form, or it can express things without physical form in a different way as well. It really is a material without much limitation, except for the limitation that we provide. So it has the opportunity to provide almost a limitless canvas for the artist. All right. So I've centered, I've opened up the pot. Now I'm ready to pull up the wall. Just basically getting the height of the piece. It took me at least 2 years to become a proficient thrower, like to a point where I was happy with what was coming out. But at this point I've had about 15 years worth of throwing experience. And I can honestly say that my throwing is better now than it was in the past. Although it's changed to some degree as well, but it's definitely an ongoing process because there's always room to grow. There's fine tuning that happens in each shape. So the more it's one of those activities, the more you do, the better you become at it. And then after you've pulled, you're going to do the fine tuning details in terms of adjusting the shape. So pretty much everything starts with a cylindrical form, then you sort of work your way out from there. I think for most clay artists, the process is definitely very personal from beginning to end. So we think of an idea, and then it's our job to bring that idea to life into an object or a sculptural piece or what have you. But it's a personal process. It's a journey where we have to give something a life of its own. What I love about the potter's wheel is partly just the process. It's an enjoyable process to work with the wheel, but also it provides a degree of structure. It can help you generate a shape much faster than building at the table. But then it's up to the individual or the artist to understand what they can do with that shape. If it can become more than what it is, if it's necessary, or if it isn't, it's simply a beautiful shape on its own. I've been teaching here at Queen Elizabeth Park Community Cultural Center for roughly 2.5 years or 3 years. My first experience was intro to throwing, actually to Town of Oakville staff. We had a great time. And I've since taught kids classes, adult classes, intro to ceramics. Generally speaking, though, in the past, I'd focused more on, I was focusing more on the one-off courses. So we have a variety of weekend warrior workshops, which are just a chance for parents, kids, or just adults and whatnot to come in, get an experience working in clay without having to enroll in a full class. But it's been a ton of fun. We've made everything from teapots to piggy banks to handmade bowls, wheel throwing workshops, and we have tons more coming up. Just this week coming, we'll have a wind chimes workshop. So there's a ton of different things happening in terms of teaching. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you guys, you're all getting off to a good start. I think everybody's getting off to a good start. Okay. Okay, how's my horse coming along? Does that look better? A little bit?
You have to smoothen it out.
Yeah, but I'm smoothing it, yeah. That's what I've been working on. Yeah, that's a good idea. About making the shape of it, okay? So here, I'm gonna help you make a couple coils. So I'm gonna take some of this off. Do you wanna do this? I've seen kids of all ages and backgrounds enjoying the creative process. Sometimes it's about expressing an idea. Sometimes it's about recreating their favorite cartoon. You name it. I've seen a lot of different things come out of that place in terms of creativity from kids. But most importantly, I think it's given them a medium to express themselves. When it comes to the carved work, it tends to be the side of myself that's a little more serious or classical in the sense of work that's supposed to be quiet in the sense of not overly whimsical or not too pop culture, but more about being classically beautiful in the sense of aesthetically beautiful. But I guess I've been carving for quite some time in clay. It's been a while, but I guess I really only started carving more seriously, let's say in about the last 10 years or so. It is a time-consuming practice, so it's not something you can do every day. Just because you still have to get the other pieces made. So if you're devoting a lot of time to carving it, it really does slow down the rest of your practice.
The carving that he's doing, which has, I feel like, a more serious feeling to it, and he's very skilled at carving and at all kinds of fine details that, for me, I'm amazed by, because that's something I don't have access to. The particular work that he's doing for this commission, it's nice for me to see, because it's kind of a return to something I haven't seen him do in a while, and I think it's really beautiful.
We think of ourselves as independent artists working out of the same space. So the studio itself actually doesn't even have a name on the front of the shop. This is basically where we work, but we each kind of do our own thing.
It's really nice to have a cooperative environment. We're sharing a space, but we're all individually our own businesses, but we help each other when we need to, and it's also nice when you're working long hours to have other people around.
We're actually very different in terms of our working style, although we all work in clay. It's very clear and obvious whose work is whose. But we take advantage of the fact that we all work in the same medium and share equipment to help ease the cost of having a studio in the city. Right. This award was actually the first that I carved. So it's kind of as much it's the first, it's also the prototype for the whole series. But pretty much it's a simple carving, predominantly a field of oak leaves. And they're overlapping and interwoven to some degree, but the main idea was just to kind of keep it loose and slightly or more or less an organic form, as opposed to a more rigid stylized carving. This specific piece is going to have a simple treatment, in the sense it's all going to be one color. So I'll be using the Celadon glaze on this piece. First, what I'll do after I've mixed it well is pour it into the piece, dump it out. So I'll make sure that the entire interior of the piece has glaze. Then I'm going to flip it over and just dip it straight into the bucket for the remainder. So what's going to happen though is, because there are areas of interest on the piece, as in like recesses and raised portions from the carving, the glaze will pool in different points and break on different surfaces. So you'll still get surface variation based on the thickness of the glaze in different areas. Volunteerism is an essential aspect, I think, of any community. We may not always give it a name, but it exists in so many different forms, whether it's just the simple act of helping somebody out from time to time. It could be your neighbor, it could be a complete stranger on the street, to actually actively signing up for a program. Presently, I have a volunteer helping me in class, and she's a great assistant. She helps in terms of keeping the workflow going. I can focus on what I'm doing and know that I have somebody there to support me and lend aid when I need it. So likewise, any volunteer who steps up in any capacity is basically saying, I believe in this community. I want to do my part to keep it vibrant. So volunteerism is without a doubt one of the most important aspects of I guess community living and giving back to your community. Yeah. The idea is I want to have two colors on this piece. So basically at this point what I have to do is create a mask or a barrier, and that's using liquid wax to preserve this color and be able to then dip the rest of the piece into another color without having the two colors blend. So I've got to apply again a layer of wax as a barrier. Taking some of these pieces out. I'm happy with it. It's got all the things that it's supposed to have. The carving is well accentuated by the glaze instead of being masked by it, which could have happened. The The wax, if you remember seeing the wax earlier, did a good job of making sure there wasn't too much bleeding on the edges, and where it is, I think it's actually added a nice effect. It's just kind of melted in nicely without creating any bare patches or anything like that. So I'm actually really happy with this piece. Glazes. This is the Celadon glaze. Also looks good. Color's nice. Carving is well appropriately visible without being masked by anything. This one was meant as the group award. Which is why there's basically 3 main sections. The idea behind these were stylized acorn shapes, or upside down acorn shapes. In my mind, the acorns, although they're not organized for compass points, the idea was there's 4 kind of points to all directions in the sense of, it's kind of heritage is sort of where we're coming from. That's the last one. I do believe in, the quality of the handmade, obviously. And for me, it was very important that each of these pieces be made by myself and hand carved, as opposed to, maybe there are other options to create relief textures. I've been working, making items out of clay for a fair amount of time now, and I hopefully have improved over that amount of time. I'm quite satisfied with these awards. I think hopefully they do the categories justice, and the recipients are happy to receive these.
Yeah, I forgot.
Try to lift it up.
Cool?
Yep. Okay. Yep.
I'm currently in my first of 3 years at Sheridan, so it's kind of fun to be at that point because you have all great ideas and you're not limited by actual technology. Sheridan College, in the glass department here, they ran a bit of a competition amongst the students. I submitted my design, and then it got sent off. One of the things that I did before I submitted my design to the town was I had a talk with the actual professors to make sure that it was doable.
It'll look not unlike this. The central piece will actually have a wave in it. It's got this oak leaf shape to it. When you look down on it, it'll have a nameplate on there, and then when it comes out of the mold, it looks not unlike this. It'll be on the end of the pipe, and we just break it off, and we put that in to cool. And then when it's done, we saw it off right about here and polish the bottom. So of course this one's been sawn already.
The process of the thing kind of goes like we start out with a spike of glass. We form we take a gather and we form it into kind of a conical piece of glass. And then we get a couple of what we call gathers. We gather glass on the end of a rod, and then we roll it in colored powder, which is basically really finely crushed glass with color in it. Then we melt that in. We roll it a few times just to make sure that it's got lots of solid color on it. What we do is we take molten glass out of the furnace and we roll it in this colored powder, the glass color, and it sticks. It'll stick to the glass, the hot glass. And then what we do is we take it over to the glory hole and we melt it in. So the glory hole gets it nice and hot, reheats the glass. Once it's melted in nice and neat, I'll take it over to Paul there and he'll stick it on a piece. But I want to get it pretty hot so that I don't have I get a nice small trail for him. and then we apply that onto our spike, right? So we have two colors. We have two guys doing it basically. We'll lay on one color, and then we'll flip it over and we'll lay on the other color. So we have basically 3 rods of color together, right? Because we don't want the glass to cool off too much after he's done it, after he's formed his spiky bit there. We don't want the glass to cool off too much, and we don't have to reheat it over and over and over again. It takes 2 of us with bit rods to form 2 colors, just so that we can put the one color on and then put the next color on. And then go and melt them together, because if we put one color on and then he melts it together, then we put another color on and he melts that in, it could melt in kind of a weird blurred shape. So if we put them both on at the same time, then they melt at the same rate, and that makes it much more crisp and nicer.
And so now we laid the color on the center bit, and we just have to melt the color in so it becomes one smooth pattern. Because if there's any seams or anything where the color is, when we plunge it into the middle, it's going to catch bubbles there. So that'll be little imperfections in the design.
Then we'll melt them together so that they're smooth without a lot of edges, because if we have a lot of edges, we'll trap air, and we didn't want a ton of extra bubbles or special design of bubbles, so we wanted to make sure that it's all nice and smooth. Then what we do is we extrude it out a bit lengthwise and give it a twist, a nice slow twist, and that gives it kind of that helix of color. In this you can see the spike of color, but it has this nice, about 2 revolutions worth of color, and 2 revolutions of twist in color. Then we put a bit of a wave into it, so it looks kind of more like a flame. Gravity, so this puts a nice bend in it. Then we have a graphite mold that's made out of a big block of graphite. It's a 2-part mold, so it splits in half basically. I'll get a ladle of glass out of the furnace, a big ladle of glass, and we pour that into the mold so it's full. And then the guy who formed the spike with a twist in it plunges that into the mold. So we plunge it straight down into the mold. We let it cool off a little bit so that it firms up, because glass is kind of like taffy, after a few minutes. We wait a little bit longer and it seizes up a little bit more. It's still flexible but not solid.
Just doing this to cool the edges here, set it up a bit.
Then we pull it out of the mold and we flash it in the glory hole, and that's to even out the heat. But also the flame in the glory hole will polish the one end. So this end here gets its smooth surface from what we call flame polishing.
And so we have to let it completely set up before we put it away. Otherwise, if we put it away too hot, it's gonna deform when it's in the annealer. The internal heat in it will actually deform the piece.
Yeah, the heat actually moves kind of slow, and the internal heat will come out to the external part of the piece, and then when it sits on the grating in the annealer, because the shelves are great, it can actually take on the shape of the grating if it was too, if it becomes too hot. When the annealer itself isn't that hot, even though it feels like it. When you stick your head in there, it feels like it. It's not hot enough to actually deform, but the interior of the piece could be 300, 400, 500 degrees warmer than the actual exterior, and then that soaks out to the outside.
Yeah, the annealers are at 500 degrees, and these furnaces are at 2,000.
Yeah. Then we wait for a while until it seizes up. As soon as it stops moving, then we'll break it off and we'll put it in the annealing oven.
Now we're just creating a stress point in the glass. This is a really cool part now, so if I hit the glass, all the vibrations are gonna stop at that one point.
Then it'll sit in the annealing oven for about 57 hours. And that cools down slowly. And what it does is it takes all the stress out of the glass. Because all the forming that we do causes inconsistent heating throughout the glass, right? And even though we're flashing it and doing all kinds of things to it to try and even out the heat, it'll still have inconsistent heat through it. So what we do is we put it in the annealing oven, and it bathes it in a 550 degrees Celsius for a good 25 hours or so. Well, everything in a glass shop is a team effort, right? So I came up with the design. You know, it's my design, but that doesn't mean that I'm the one who carries things out. I mean, there are a number of artists like that. They actually just design it, and somebody else actually makes the thing. In this case, I've got the skill set that allows me to help out, right? And then plus I get to supervise. I get to look and see what's going on. Some other first-year students that are there are Paul Vandenbigger. He's the one who's putting the twist in the glass. He's quite good at it, so we figured why reinvent the wheel for one of us to figure that out. And then there's Matt Crosby, and Matt's helping out with everything else, bringing bids, opening the door. You need to have a hand in the glass shop because there's so many things that are really hot that you just can't do it. You just can't hold a pipe in one hand and try and open the door with the other hand. Especially with this thing, it weighs too much. It's a good 5-10 pounds of glass on there. So it's important that I get Paul and Matt to help out. Each one will be unique. It'll be at least slightly different. No matter how much we wanted them to be exactly the same, they'll always be a little bit different just because of how we did it. The shape of this award, it takes on the shape which is actually an oak leaf. So if you look at it, it's oak leaf shaped, right? And that's, of course, Oakville's own built-in iconography. So what we did is we placed these spirals of color in the center to kind of symbolize an inner flame. So it's kind of like the inner fire that runs the town. So the volunteers have, are this energy that runs the town, and you don't get anything done without having a good core of volunteers willing to do the things that need to be done. So, so I thought it was important to have that in there, and it also kind of symbolizes the inner fire of the actual people who are volunteers, because they have to have a certain dedication that you don't see. So it's kind of a dual meaning in that regard. You've got the inner fire of the town and the inner fire in the people who are the inner fire of the town. The complexity of the piece actually requires that you have a few extra hands, especially when we've got a two-part mold. One guy plunges the piece into the mold, but he can't let go of the pipe to try and extract it. So it takes another two people to try and separate the mold off of it, because it can stick. Glass can get sticky at that temperature, and it can get stuck in the mold. And if we leave it in there too long, it's just going to crack. So we'll have a ruined piece at that point. So because graphite really sucks the heat out of the glass, right? It's like doing anything with it, touching metal to the glass, it'll suck the heat out of the glass. So it takes a couple of guys in there, sometimes prying, sometimes physically holding on to the mold with a pair of gloves on, and then Paul can pull it up out of there once it's out, once it's been freed. It's important to pull up vertically so that we don't snap off some of the vertical striations in the mold, like these bits in here. That's solid graphite in the mold, and if we twist it, we can snap them off, and then we've ruined the mold, and we don't want to do that, right? It takes a while to cut one of those things because it's 6 inches thick. So it takes a few hands to get things done. This is actually my first time in Oakville. It's a very nice town. Everybody's really nice here, and it's almost surprising.
Mayor Burton, we're ready.
Okay, thank you. All right, council has met in a session closed to the public for the purpose of litigation in a session closed to the public for the purpose of discussing litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that's subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with respect to the legal report. I need a motion and a seconder to go past the hour. Councillor Longo, Councillor Knoll, thank you. Any objection? Madam Clerk, there's no objection, and that carries. I now need a mover and seconder that council resolve into a closed meeting session for the purpose of litigation. Councillor Nanda and Councillor Dudek, I'll take you. But for the record, I need to finish reading the motion. Including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with respect to the legal report on the agenda. Any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, there is no objection, and that carries, and we will return to the closed session. I think there's a chance that you might have 5 minutes to get a fresh glass of water.
Try to live.
Hoping that's true, because that's what I need.
Cool?
Yep. Okay. Yep.
I'm currently in my first of 3 years at Sheridan, so it's kind of fun to be at that point because you have all great ideas and you're not limited by actual technology. Sheridan College in the glass department here, they ran a bit of a competition amongst the students. I submitted my design and it got sent off. One of the things that I did before I submitted my design to the town was I had a talk with the actual professors to make sure that it was doable.
It'll look not unlike this. The central piece will actually have a wave in it. It's got this oak leaf shape to it. When you look down on it, it'll have a nameplate on there, and then when it comes out of the mold, it looks not unlike this. It'll be on the end of the pipe, and we just break it off. And we put that into cool, and then when it's done, we saw it off right about here and polish the bottom. So of course this one's been sawn already.
The process of the thing kind of goes like we start out with a spike of glass. We form we take a gather and we form it into kind of a conical piece of glass. And then we get a couple of what we call gathers. We gather glass on the end of a rod, and then we roll it in colored powder, which is basically really finely crushed glass with color in it. Then we melt that in. We roll it a few times just to make sure that it's got lots of solid color on it. What we do is we take molten glass out of the furnace and we roll it in this colored powder, the glass color, and it sticks. It'll stick to the glass, the hot glass, and then what we do is we take it over to the glory hole and we melt it in. So the glory hole gets it nice and hot, reheats the glass. Once it's melted in nice and neat, I'll take it over to Paul there and he'll stick it on a piece, but I want to get it pretty hot so that I don't have I get a nice small trail for him. And then we apply that onto our spike, right? So we have two colors. We have two guys doing it basically. We'll lay on one color and then we'll flip it over and we'll lay on the other color. So we have basically 3 rods of color together, right? Because we don't want the glass to cool off too much after he's done it, after he's formed his spiky bit there, we don't want the glass to cool off too much, and we don't want to have to reheat it over and over and over again. So it takes 2 of us with bit rods to form 2 colors, just so that we can put the one color on and then put the next color on. and then go and melt them together. Because if we put one color on and then he melts it together, then we put another color on and he melts that in, it could melt in kind of a weird blurred shape. So if we put them both on at the same time, then they melt at the same rate, and that makes it much more crisp and nicer.
And so now we laid the color on the center bit, and we just have to melt the color in so it becomes one smooth pattern. Because if there's any seams or anything where the color is, when we plunge it into the middle, it's going to catch bubbles there. So that'll be little imperfections in the design.
Then we'll melt them together so that they're smooth without a lot of edges, because if we have a lot of edges, we'll trap air, and we didn't want a ton of extra bubbles or special design of bubbles, so we wanted to make sure that it's all nice and smooth. Then what we do is we extrude it out a bit lengthwise and give it a twist, a nice slow twist, and that gives it kind of that helix of color. In this you can see the spike of color, but it has this nice, about 2 revolutions worth of color, in 2 revolutions of twist in color. Then we put a bit of a wave into it, so it looks kind of more like a flame. Gravity, so this puts a nice bend in it. Then we have a graphite mold that's made out of a big block of graphite. It's a 2-part mold, so it splits in half basically. I'll get a ladle of glass out of the furnace, a big ladle of glass, and we pour that into the mold so it's full. And then the guy who formed the spike with a twist in it plunges that into the mold. So we plunge it straight down into the mold. We let it cool off a little bit so that it firms up, because glass is kind of like taffy, after a few minutes. We wait a little bit longer and it seizes up a little bit more. It's still flexible but not solid.
Just doing this to cool the edges here, set it up a bit.
Then we pull it out of the mold and we flash it in the glory hole, and that's to even out the heat. But also the flame in the glory hole will polish the one end. So this end here gets its smooth surface from what we call flame polishing.
And so we have to let it completely set up before we put it away. Otherwise, if we put it away too hot, it's gonna deform when it's in the annealer. The internal heat in it will actually deform the piece.
Yeah, the heat actually moves kind of slow. And the internal heat will come out to the external part of the piece, and then when it sits on the grating in the annealer, because the shelves are great, it can actually take on the shape of the grating if it was if it becomes too hot. When the annealer itself isn't that hot, even though it feels like it. When you stick your head in there, it feels like it. It's not hot enough to actually deform, but the interior of the piece could be 300, 400, 500 degrees warmer than the actual exterior, and then that soaks out to the outside.
Yeah, the annealers are at 500 degrees, and these furnaces are at 2,000.
Yeah. Then we wait for a while until it seizes up. As soon as it stops moving, then we'll break it off and we'll put it in the annealing oven.
Now we're just creating a stress point in the glass. This is a really cool part now, so if I hit the glass, all the vibrations are gonna stop at that one point.
Then it'll sit in the annealing oven for about 57 hours. And that cools down slowly, and what it does is it takes all the stress out of the glass. Because all the forming that we do causes inconsistent heating throughout the glass, right? And even though we're flashing it and doing all kinds of things to it to try and even out the heat, it'll still have inconsistent heat through it. So what we do is we put it in the annealing oven, and it bathes it in a 550 degrees Celsius for a good 25 hours or so. Well, everything in a glass shop is a team effort, right? So I came up with the design. It's it's my design, but that doesn't mean that I'm the one who carries things out. I mean, there are a number of artists like that. They actually just design it, and somebody else actually makes the thing. In this case, I've got the skill set that allows me to help out, right? And then plus, I get to supervise. I get to look and see what's going on. Some other first-year students that are there are Paul Vandenbigger. He's the one who's putting the twist in the class. He's quite good at it, so we figured why reinvent the wheel for one of us to figure that out. And then there's Matt Crosby, and Matt's helping out with everything else, bringing bids, opening the door. You need to have a hand in the glass shop because there's so many things that are really hot that you just can't do it. You just can't hold a pipe in one hand and try and open the door with the other hand. Especially with this thing, it weighs too much. It's a good 5-10 pounds of glass on there. So it's important that I get Paul and Matt to help out. Each one will be unique. It'll be at least slightly different. No matter how much we wanted them to be exactly the same, they'll always be a little bit different just because of how we did it. The shape of this award, it takes on the shape which is actually an oak leaf. So if you look at it, it's oak leaf shaped, right? And that's, of course, Oakville's own built-in iconography. So what we did is we placed these spirals of color in the center to kind of symbolize an inner flame. So it's kind of like the inner fire that runs the town. So the volunteers have,
and we'll depend on the clerk to tell us when we are official.
Recording in progress.
That's a sign. Somebody's driving home, I think.
Okay, Mayor
That would be
Burton,
Councillor Knoll.
We are back online, I see.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm calling the meeting of council to order, council having resolved into a closed meeting session for the purpose of litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with respect to the legal department's report. A mover and seconder for the following motion would be in order: that the confidential report from the legal department entitled Confidential Midtown Oakville Process Legal Considerations, dated February 20th, 2024, be received. Councillor Duddick, and I need one more, Councillor Adams. Thank you. Any objection? That carries. Thank you, everybody. We have another little piece of business, which is we need a mover and seconder for consideration of reading of the confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Grant and who else? And Councillor Longo, perhaps. Thank you for the motion. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, that's carried. And Council, we've worked hard together and in a very collegial way tonight, and I think we're getting somewhere. And I appreciate everything that everybody brought to this discussion. And like everyone on council, all of us, I believe, want not only defensible and not only in time, but a supportable outcome for Midtown. And somehow we're going to get to that balance point. And our meeting's over. Thanks, everybody. Good night.